camera live.
Loads of talks which will introduce the person and now so much for coming. We need just raising money for WWF and so any raffle tickets, any donations. We have book signing, lots of different events for the children, all down to Paranormal organisation of course. And we're going to start off this morning with a short video from Harry Smith, who can't be with us today, but he has a video to start. Thank you.
everyone. I hope you're all doing well, enjoying the event so far. My name's Harlan, and I run a channel I talk Cryptid over on YouTube. Now, in 2019, I had an encounter with something really strange and unusual, unlike anything else that you could describe. I met up with a group of friends. We were all kind of hoping and eager to build a bushcraft shelter, very much like the ones you see all over YouTube. One of my friends at the time, called James, said he knew the perfect spot, a forest out of the way which no one knew about, so we all agreed to go to it. So the next day, I went into my parents' toolbox, got a hammer, we all met up at the local shop, which was a co-op. We got some snacks, and my friend showed us the forest. And that's when it gets strange, because after about a 20-minute walk, we were met with a barbed wire fence. Next to our fence, up on a tree, it said private property, do not enter. Obviously, as we were younger, we didn't listen to it, and so we safely climbed over the fence, and that's when things got strange, because the trees, it was winter, you see, so the trees had no leaves, and they looked like tortured souls with faces, how they were all turning and everything. It was a really eerie atmosphere. But then, after walking forward for about 5 minutes, one of my friends called Jaden said he spotted something in the distance. And that's when we all looked up and saw this thing. And the best way I can describe it is that it resembled the velociraptors from the Jurassic Park movies, only it wasn't as tall. I'd say it was around 3 to 4 feet at most. But we could see it on this kind of hill in the distance. And we were stunned. We didn't know what to do. We didn't run away straight away, but this creature didn't make eye contact with us and never saw us. But we saw it slowly run into the tree line, the dense tree line, and we couldn't see after that. But we were all really scared, and we ran away like little girls, screaming. And we ran back home to my place, and after a bit of thinking, we all agreed this was a dinosaur. It looked very much like a dinosaur, a real dinosaur, and it was amazing. But the sad thing nowadays is that none of my friends that I was with that saw it believe what they saw. They all say it was a deer or a statue. And I personally don't understand why we've owned this forest with a dinosaur statue in the woodlands, but my friends think it for some reason. But over the last couple of years, I've been really thinking of what this creature might have been. And I think I've come to the conclusion that it was a reflection of a past, of what used to be there. So I don't think that it was this physical blood and flesh creature anymore. I think not even interdimensional, but this reflection. That's why it never noticed us and we never heard any sounds, because it wasn't really there. It's kind of like a mirror, I suppose. It was mirroring what used to be there. So now when I go back into that forest, I don't feel scared, I don't feel like it's a threat. So I don't think personally I'm going to see this creature, whatever it was, again. I think it was just a one-time event. And for that, I'm happy about it, as it's the reason I started the channel that I run today, I call Cryptid. And I met so many like-minded people because of this encounter. So, yeah, that's my story. So, as I sign off, I hope you all enjoy the rest of the event. Sadly, I couldn't make it, but for everyone that did, enjoy yourself and have a good time. And I suppose I'll see you all later. Goodbye.
Special guest, the raffle ticket, we do have a special star prize of £50 and some gift voucher from the Lucky Sue. Thank you very much, Sue. Our first guest is Vera, and she's an archaeologist and a researcher.
First of all, I want to thank you, Daniel, for the opportunity to be here and to speak about my work, especially because, like they were saying, I'm an archaeologist, I'm a historian, but I'm also an investigator in the area of myths and legends. And so, please, let's start. And I speak a lot. Don't allow me to do that, okay? I'm scared. We are going to start this in one scene. To get to what we named in Iberia, Passacaun, or werewolf, that's where I started, like almost 30 years ago, around between 25 30. We are starting with these ones, the werewolves. Why? Because even if it's weird for everyone, when I started my investigation after my degree in university, the master's degree, I decided to go speak with the older people, especially in the interior of Portugal and in the border with Spain, to understand the idea of why during centuries people used to speak about werewolves, the devil, witches, all of that. And why? Because I found just, well, very quickly, there's a few particular books on the Inquisition where the monks, they do things like this. So we are speaking about the church doing this kind of things, having books explaining about how many kind of dragons exist, for example, or unicorns. So this is weird and mermaids. And then I start hearing that a lot of people in my country and in my, in this case, in my south country, Spain, they also believe in that and they still speak about that. So I decided to pick up the werewolves. There's a place in Portugal, and please, if you don't mind, there's a place in Portugal that I will show you where people have more stories about that. It's not, I'm not going to call them legends or myths because I'm talking about people that told me after a while, because it's not easier to do this kind of investigation because you get there and ask, do you know anything, anything about legends, myths, witches, UFOs, werewolves? Everyone said the first time or the second, they say, no, we don't have that here. That's not real. But then after a while, we need to go there and go back, and they start saying, okay, maybe I saw something, but I don't like to speak about that because that neighbor or my husband or my wife, they don't like it, and I don't know how to explain it. So I'm going to tell you the same thing I said to everyone in my classes and in my guided tours. It doesn't matter what the other thinks about that. We all have our truth, and if we believe that we saw it, it's because probably we saw it. The only thing that we don't know is what we really saw it. So I don't care what they call, and in this case, werewolves. That's Saint Christopher over there, both sides, and as you can see, it had a dark head. Now, something happened this summer that made me dream of creatures that I never heard about until my husband started to speak. Something named Dogman. Probably you know what it is. I kind of know. I don't know a lot. But during the private tour at night, one of the visitors, without no one hearing, she just came to me and she told me a story about that. That story I have in a video that I made last week, and she doesn't want to feel she's a teacher, everyone knows her in the community, and so, she doesn't really want to show her face. But she was not lying to me, like all the other people. Just let you know that through centuries, until we have the Catholic Church having more and more power, we have these kind of figures that they are not part of our imagination. No, the way the first pictures, they paint exactly how they saw them, And then we have the Catholic Church, and when I say the Catholic Church, let's think about one thing, very important. Inquisition. Okay? Portugal was the last country of Europe having that, only in the 16th century. That means that in Portugal you can have scenes that we don't have in other places. So we still have reports, and we cross the border to Spain, same neighborhood, same place, same region, and they say, oh, we never heard about that. But then in the Portuguese side, they still keep speaking. Really. Okay, so what we have is that we still have the Orthodox Church represented the Saint Christopher with the dog or the werewolf head. The Catholic Church decided to include that, so they changed it. But the original, even the story of this saint was about he carries Jesus through a river across to the other side, and he fell. So the story is that he was helping a young boy crossing, and he felt that it was more heavy and heavy until he gets to the other side. And what the story tells us is that at the end, the child told him, I'm Jesus, I'm Christ. And so that's how he became kind of a saint, because he found Jesus the cross. But that thing, that being that helped the child cross, it was always represented like this, giant scene with like a human body, but with a dog or a werewolf head, or a wolf in this case. We have a lot of reports. Everyone speaks, when we speak about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, everyone thinks about United States. Let's forget about that for now. We are in Europe, we are in UK, we can go wherever you want around Europe, and we have stories about that. Like the days of Bigfoot. So this is a story that no one really knows how it works, but this is one of the things that appears about that. Okay, there's one image that we have through centuries appearing, all the same kind of creatures, all giants. Okay, so this is the territory between Portugal and Spain that people still believe in the werewolves. So there's Portugal, the little one there, you see it, and then this is the border. So what we have is this, people before were said, in the Alcatraz National Park, or in the Gata National Park, we have the werewolves born in here and going to both sides.
Numa noite de verão, uma senhora que vivia aqui, e eu era vizinha, assistia a uma cena que me preocupou muito. Eu estava com a minha mãe e com as minhas irmãs em minha casa a tomar chá quando ouvimos uns gritos muito grandes. Então, numa noite de verão, uma senhora que vivia aqui, e eu era vizinha, assistia a uma cena que me perturbou muito. Eu estava com a minha mãe e com as minhas irmãs em minha casa a tomar chá quando ouvimos uns gritos muito grandes. Então ficámos aflitas e corremos a ver o que é que se passava. Chegámos e vimos uma senhora em camisa de dormir, com uma cor totalmente anormal, muito branca, e a gritar, a dizer que tinha qualquer coisa em casa, que não sabia o que era. E entretanto apareceram mais vizinhos, homens, com forquilhas, com paus, e ela estava cá fora e os homens entraram, deram volta à casa e não encontraram nada, porque a senhora, quando entrou, disse que à porta estava uma espécie de um cão e ela ficou receosa porque não conhecia aquele cão ou animal. Então a senhora entrou nessa noite e deitou-se, e depois, quando já estava deitada, sentia um peso em cima dela. E ela passou a mão por cima da cama e sentiu um animal qualquer com pelo. E foi nessa altura que ela saiu para fora e começou a gritar. Só não sei como terminou, porque depois eu não...
Okay, so these masks are connected with the wildlife. Let me tell you that in the indigenous tribes, they still call them names connected with wildlife. In our Europe, they don't. So they call it the devil and things like that. This is our project. This is me there, and that's my husband. We started a few months ago the Sasquatch Southwest of Europe project. And even if we are an archaeologist, a biologist, even if we are in a different area, we decided that something wrong or something that it's hiding in the woods and everywhere, and we needed to find a bug. This is the kind of we are going to see. It's what we saw everywhere around the world, the same kind of structures. Just to let you know, this is France, Spain, and Portugal. And almost all of them, they are not right in the middle of the path. We have a few, of course, in the parks because they like to do that, supposedly, to people. But we also have this in the middle of nowhere. And so there's others. So the first ones from Portugal, then France and Spain. You can see, the way they do, because we have a few ones that we know that they are like from mechanism. Big fire pits, that's something that we find a lot everywhere again. And then bits and signs like those, where usually we get scary things also happen. And rock standing, also in the middle of, it's not something that people do, let's follow those paths to here or there. No, this one is something in the middle of nowhere. And the X marks. They are more difficult to find. We need to pay more attention, but we still have everywhere. And in this case, I'm going to speak also in UK because I find a few things in the Asian area. And the batteries. The batteries are also something that it could be a store or something like that, but not in cases like those batteries. Like we can see that the tree is so large and something, it's taking, putting their using young trees, they can climb to the ground, and they are kept like that. We find these weird things that are a kind of a bridge. That's something that we don't know to explain, but that's another thing that exists also. And we find the footprint. In this case, it was in Portugal. It was our first one, so we don't know if we have all the foot, but just to give you one idea. And I want you to hear this. I have more, just hear the sound. This was recorded during the night. We had like 8 or 9 hours of record, and this was one of the parts that we hear. We're going to hear the dogs, and I want you to hear the youngest sound. Let's see it. This call was recorded at the beginning of this year, and it's probably one of the longest sustained hold ever recorded, just because it just played. See there. So that's the sonogram that explains to you what we think it's the Sasquatch, because we have 2 Sasquatch, but this one is the longest call and the far. Because in the sonogram you can see the difference between everything. That's the thing. Okay, this is just an example. This is not normal. It's going to see the sun alive in the same place where it is. And it's not there. So I cannot tell you, well, that's a Sasquatch, that's a Bigfoot, that's a that. I have no comment now if anyone wants to hear more. I have more in the computer. Thank you very much.
Hello, we're now going to have a 5 minute in between our next book with Jack I'll see everyone in about 5 minutes. We have raffle tickets, we have seriously amazing Bigfoot artwork, but I would like to see everyone back here in about 5 minutes with Jack and Tonks talking. Thank you very much.
Everybody, I tend to do my research in North America and it's the Pacific Northwest. I go to Washington State, Northern California, Oregon. They're sort of areas I tend to cover in my research. So I'll be talking about that today. So that's sort of, I think, the first area I covered. That's near Marble Mount, and that's in Washington State. And that's the sort of area that you go to very, very dense forest and what they call temperate rainforest. Yes. Okay. So today I'll be talking about encounters I've had. I've seen two Bigfoot, also less pleasant encounter with one as well when I got too close. So we're talking about that. We're talking about consistent findings of what does it look like, what do people experience in terms of behaviours, how to find it if you can try to see it for yourself, how to try to find one, where's the best place to go and try to see one. There's a lot of research been done into that. I'll be talking about the researchers I've worked with and some of the known ones I recommend to read about. My research deals with knowledge and conclusions about what exactly is Bigfoot. That is in Northern California. That is one of the first, second Bigfoot area I went into. That's Turtle Rock. I've got this quite nice photograph. You can see why it's called Turtle Rock. That is very close to the road that I have my first Bigfoot sighting, and that's Northern California. That's actually 2 miles from where the very famous Patterson and Gimlin shot was taken. I'm talking about my first sighting now. I found it was 2.5 miles away from where the very famous Patterson and Gimlin shot was taken. My first sighting, so was invited over by Tonks in America. Maybe 50 years now, because a lot of ranger, and then invited me over, and they were there, I think it was there as well. And this was the location of Northern California, on a road called the Oak Logging Road. Now this is a road that everybody knows John John Cryptozoologist. He tried to go along that road, and that's the road that got stuck in the snow on. That's exactly the same road actually as well. It's about 2.5 miles long.
Yeah, I just think.
Okay, just some echo, reverb. Okay, so basically, as I said, we didn't realise at the time, until we looked at the map, it was 2.5 miles from where the very famous Patterson Gimlet shot was taken, and that was taken in the late 60s. The time I saw, it was two Bigfoot that I witnessed. It was 24 in the afternoon. I was very lucky because a lot of them I'd seen at dawn or dusk or in the dark. This was actually in daylight, and it was bright sunlight. It was on a very wide logging road, so it really helped visibility. And there was three of us. Tom Control was one of them, and another lady, Anna. And we were going about 40 miles an hour on this logging road. They're very well designed. They're designed for trucks, logging trucks, and two logging trucks to get past each other, so very broad roads. Okay. Okay. And there were my judgment was 6.5 foot, 7 foot each. Tom said he thought they were an adult male and an adolescent male. He's ex-forces, so you've got to remember, he's probably a better judge at distance. He's been in the forces, and he's a logger and a ranger. He's used to getting out of trees, that's cutting down and not getting in. So he's probably a better judge, and this is what I always think, who's going to be the best judge of these things. So he read that 7.5 feet tall. I estimated they were running about 30 miles an hour, and they had a very strange run. So it was like a man on a bike. You don't see the head bobbing like you do in a human walking, and they swing their legs in almost a Monty Python type way. And the behaviour, sort of initially looked panicked. They stopped for a short second, about a second and a half, they were panicking. And originally we saw them run across from a distance, and at that point I thought, are they two men? Go to the next slide, please, yeah. Are they two men in overalls, all in one, they throw away overalls, mechanics have, running barefoot? So I said to Tom, what are those idiots doing? They must be killing their feet, because the ground would rip you apart. And he starts laughing, and he's going, those are not men, what are you looking for? So I'm like, what? And suddenly I heard him scream, and he slammed on the brakes, and these things had run from a distance. They'd gone out to burnt-out tree area, there was burnt-out trees for 30 miles, panicked, and come back in front of the car. So we had to do an emergency stop so we didn't hit them. And they were 15 to 20 feet away. So obviously we got really good luck. So yeah, if you go, yeah. So basically what I was seeing, which took me about 3 days before my brain would fully let me accept it, domed head, sagittal crest type feature like a gorilla, very, very broad shoulders, almost like the body was like a reverse triangle, very big chest, a lot thinner, lower down, long legs. The arms were like an ape's, they were like to the knees. I was looking at the faces more than anything, and that got me. There was no whites, I could see in the eyes. They got a lot larger eyes than a human for an ape, a non-ape. All dark, quite spooky looking. Big jaw, big mouth, ears on the side. Okay, hair, not fur, it's hair like a human, but it's mostly all over. There was less on the face and the feet, some of the chest was like there, and they were very dark coloured. I
reckon because it's very dusty, they were black or very dark brown, with a lot of dust on them, but it gave like a slate grey effect. And the coat wasn't too long, it was summer, so they might be moldy. And the skin was a very, very dark olive colour, very light, and I could actually see the facial muscles twitching in panic as they didn't know which way to go when they run back again. So I could definitely say it wasn't a man in a monkey suit. I wouldn't have been able to see, you know, they were far too fast, far too large. And that's a quick sketch I did. You know, roughly what I was seeing, big eyes, big brow ridge like an egg, and the nose was like a human's, but very flat. Yeah, roughly what I saw. Now, the next one is Tonks' interpretation. He's made it a lot more ape-like. But as you can see, very, very close, and that's the older male. He thought it was grey hair rather than dust on it. That's done by a Spanish artist, a very good piece of work there. And go to the next one. That's not bad, because that's another guy who saw the spell, so very, very similar again. Okay? Second encounter, November 2017. This was went to the Sasquatch Summit, which is a very big conference held in Ocean Shores in Washington State. And I went out for the night to with Brooklyn, who's the guy who films the summit. And we asked Johnny any recent sighting who runs the conference, and he said there was that solid activity 2.5 miles away. So we went to the rough spot, parked the car, walked down this small logging road, with relatively new trees, not that high, very, very dense undergrowth. It was raining a little. It's always important to take notice of what the conditions are as well. It wasn't in winter, it was in November, not too cold, but it wasn't ideal for using equipment, it was raining. So yeah, that's what I say. We walked up less than a mile. You can actually see the car engine on the thermal imager. So we were about a quarter of a mile, half a mile. We made a whoop, whoop, that sound of that. Right, but that's the noise, the friendly noise I made excited, so we did that. Brooklyn did the screams, I can't do it. We did some wood knocking, which is probably not an ideal way to it's a territorial threat, so might send them in the other direction. We had a torch, so an imager, but also we couldn't really use, not from the toilet, we couldn't use, so it was just too late, we had the equipment. And we didn't have any food on us to entice them out, which we perhaps should have done. And we were going silent and chatting, and then we did this, and then we got a pine cone thrown at our feet. Now instantly, if something's thrown, you know it's got hands. So it was one of two things. It was going to be a Bigfoot, or it's going to be a human. So then we were we heard like a rustle. We were a little bit worried, could it be a bear? A very quiet rustle. It looked more like a raccoon or something. Then Brooklyn, who's about 6'2", heard like this, and we thought, oh God, that could be a bear. So we're getting a bit panicky then. And then he said it came a good 1.5 foot above his head. So this thing was over 7 foot, the ground was flat there. So we started to judge what this could be, and then the pine cone got thrown. And then a little stone got thrown, literally, you know, right in front of my face. Literally missed me by 6 inches. And Brooklyn then panicked. He swung the torch round, said, you know, who's messing with us? I persuaded him not to bring the gun, but he had a small machete on him. Pulled the machete out, started swinging it around, at which point something the size of a half-breeze block came out with such force. It went into the ground, and it was winter, so it's pretty hard, and it smashed every little stone it touched. And at this point, we were out of there. We ran as fast as we could back to the car. We were, you know, because it would have broken the leg, potentially would have killed you, hit you. So, but it was interesting, the gradation of threat, pine cone, stone, rock. So it was obviously trying to warn us off, or playing with us initially, and then it got aggressive. And the torches, I was told, would have hurt its eyes, being an nocturnal creature. So, yeah. And then we got back to the car, tried to get a thermal. But we just, it was probably his first encounter. It really shook him up. It was people saying, why didn't you stop to film it? You know, it was 4 feet away and it was throwing rocks. You don't stay there, you know, you just get out. But it was quite an interesting encounter. But basically, yeah, the males, there's loads of statistics being done. There's quite a lot from police as well, reports from police. Okay, that's fine, yeah. Basically, the males seem to be 7 to 8 feet tall on average. The females are smaller, obviously the younger are a lot smaller. Statistics, so most people say they've got a heavy build, sloped back, pointed or dome top heads, very common description. No neck or a very short neck, like a rugby player. No snout, almost 100% of people say it's not a bear. People say it's a bear, it's not a bear. The stats are almost 100% there. Large flat nose, pretty consistent eyes. A lot of people say they're large, reddy black. Some people say eyes shine. Skin colour, pink to black. They're like people. They've got very similar range of skin colour and hair. Silver to black. The myths say Yetis are white. They're not. You do get white Bigfoots. Yetis are black, dark red, dark brown. But you do get silver and white Bigfoots. You don't get white Yetis. That's a myth. It's a mistranslation. You don't get white. There's never been a white Yeti reported. But you get white Bigfoots. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Bigfoot profile again, arms, as I said, long, I won't go into this too much. The thumbs at the side of the hand, so it suggests a tree climb, yeah, okay, and, yeah, okay, and as I said, that's 3 to 3.5 foot shoulders, and that's it, yeah. Okay, behaviours, avoidant, inquisitive, they do try to stay away from humans, but if you do something unusual, they will often come and have a look. People have had fireworks, they play music, they're very, you know, they're inquisitive, intelligent, and have a look what you're doing. Peeking and hiding, that's the biggest Bigfoot behaviour known on the First Nations, American tribes describe it. They peek behind a tree and they quickly move back, and you can feel eyes on you when they do it. They will run, they can run incredibly fast. There's a big theory up to 40 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour. They also they will act like a predator because they will attack deer and things. So you get a lot of behaviour, and they can be very playful. There's been cases of playing with children, and it can be aggressive. The threats, they'll freeze, and they're incredibly good at that. They will shake vegetation like a gorilla will when threatened. They'll push people back. I know a log, Tonks used to be a logger and he got pushed back by a male. They will scream and they'll do charges, very similar behaviour to a gorilla. And as I said, they eat vegetables, they eat meat. You'll often see them picking berries, that's a good way of spotting them at berry picking times, they're distracted. And there's also David Clyde's ex-police detective who's researched, there's good evidence they will hunt down people. Tends to be quite vulnerable people, children. There's also been cases of abducting children and bringing them back. Kids giving perfect description of a Bigfoot. Quite a lot of those, actually. And they said they make different sounds, whoops, barks, growls, screeches, chuckles, and laugh as well. And there's infrasound. They produce infrasound. There's evidence they do that, like tigers do, to stop their prey. And I had been with somebody who had one outside the tent and literally could not move. He literally picked her up, she was like a board. Something had affected her, and she said, I couldn't move. So something had affected her. And there's a very famous Sierra sounds as well. And I'm going to have to skim through because, and there's ways of communicating, as I said, wood knocks, bang rocks together, they'll stack rocks, previous talk, they'll twist on the grave, they reckon it's a marker for them, either territory or a directional marker where to go. They can smell awful. I've not smelled it, because when we were close to one, it's raining and it would have diffused smell. But the smell is like when they do a threat smell. Garbage or a dead dog is the description, and it makes you retch. It's like a skunk smell. But funnily enough, so do gorillas, which I will tell you, gorillas give off a nasty smell when they're upset. Evidence there that, they might be related to apes, or I think they're a relic of an ape. Solitary or family groups, we don't know about their territories. Some evidence they might migrate to the ocean area for food in the winter, Washington State. I've said about the movement, and I've said they can tree climb under people, and they also build nests in the grove, and you do get the trees stacked as well. I've seen those as well. Okay, next one, yeah. Slide okay, and where and when to go squatching? The best chance of seeing one is they're in South and North America, Canada. The best place to see one is Washington State. In those areas, Oregon and on the California Appalachian Trail on the other side, but Washington State, and they call it the Bigfoot Highway, so it's the road that runs all from Oregon to Washington State. If you go on that area in roughly about autumn, late summer, that's where the berries come out, and you're there about 1 to 3 a.m. in the morning, and you keep driving that, they say you're almost guaranteed to eventually see one. There are absolute loads, there's a whole book of sightings there, and there are thousands of I'll briefly go over these people, books to read, Four Horsemen of Sasquatchery, sadly all dead, we just lost Peter Byrne, last person, John Green, Grover Krantz, Ren Dunhinden, Peter Byrne. They were the ones originally in the 60s and 70s, very famous. We've still got Professor Jeff Meldrum and stuff from him over there. John Binden Randall, we sadly lost him. Brilliant book. And he was a biologist. He wrote a book on Sasquatch, discovering the Sasquatch. T.O. Wilson, really good on the book on the stats of Bigfoot. David Polides mentioned him, police detective. Scott Nelson, he's an ex-US Navy and the animals and sounds for the Navy. And he's also a cryptozoologist. He's analysed sounds. David Ellis as well, Olympic project, very good at analysing sounds. Next one, yeah, thank you. Bill Muntz is the guy who took out Harry and Henderson's. He was asked to analyse the Patterson and Gibbon film. He said that is real. He's now a Bigfooter. I've mentioned some of the other people I've been involved with. I'll skip this. Have we got the next page, please? I'll just quickly, yeah. That's Tonks as well, that's who I've been with. Can we just do a quick flick through the others, just quickly? Yeah, that's David Johnson, his son Jude, who's a researcher. That's Adam Davies, who might have seen on TV programmes, and those, everybody from the Centre for Cryptozoology, and Laurie Simmons there on the left, advances. And my research idea is looking at what you know, what makes somebody a good witness, what sort of conditions make them a good witness, what sort of people, talked about that, forces people are going to be very good. Also, we've done stuff with a great deal on timing. So if somebody, you know, if you get somebody to listen to a sound and you say it's recorded in a Bigfoot area, they will likely interpret it as a Bigfoot. You know, it could be recorded in the middle of a city and it could be a police siren. So you have to be really careful. If somebody said, we're going Bigfooting, you're going to hear Bigfoot. So you have to be aware your brain, you know, is primed to hear that. So you have to be very objective. I talked about that, it's called witness expectation, you know. Misinterpretation, you know, as I said, you could be hearing other Bigfooters over the valley whooping. Might not be a Bigfoot, there might be another load of researchers over the valley. And Brian Sykes talked about that with geneticists. And infrasound, my theory is infrasound, there's been descriptions of it sounding like rocks in a stream, hitting each other. That sounds like sonar to me. And there's been descriptions I've had of only the person who's not been in the area before in a tent gets affected by the infrasound. So somehow that Bigfoot is through a tent is detecting that person and there's something different about them and affecting them. So the only way that could possibly be is something like sonar. And there's some evidence that they use it, and humans who are blind have developed their own sonar to find their way around. So it is possible. That's one of my research areas I'm looking into. And we've just got a few more skips. Yeah, I'm going to go into the investigations today. There's, you know, Daniel will fill you in on that, but there's DNA samples, visual, obviously recording, thermal images are very good. Interviews with people, are they a reliable witness? Interactive experiments, you know, what items left, what happens with them, do they show interest? Just go, yeah, okay. As we know, shown over there, castings. Another big thing is habituation. People are doing what they do in mountain gorillas and they're habituating them. But as soon as they do it, they're very protective and they won't let me film. I have seen a film in somebody's garden. Bigfoot's walking around her garden, and it was pretty impressive. She's so terrified she won't show that film. So, I'm just going to go through. That's it's not showing up very well on here, but that is a Bigfoot footprint. They can be up to 27 inches, 22 is about average. Just flick through and then, yeah, got some of those humans tests. Yeah, flick through, yeah. And just on the last bit then, we're not too sure what it is. There's a theory it was Gigantopithecus, which was a very large type of ape, and descended from that. We know that existed from teeth and jaw remains found in China. You know, it could possibly a neural version of the Yeti. There are other hominids as well, which we'll be talking about later. The First Nation people, almost all the tribes talk about it, Like a cannibal giant, a large man, Jersey Devil, there's some of the reports of that sound very big-footed. Yeah, he's got pictures at the end. And I'll just show you the pictures of the First Nation masks. That's from Vancouver, Museum of Anthropology. University there, and some of those masks are very old. And this is Gimlin from the Patterson Gimlin film. As you can tell, he's got a bit of a sense of humour. He still goes Bigfooting, and he's now in his 90s, and he's very pleased that people are now taking him seriously. Yeah. A rush at the end, right? Wants to ask me more, because I had to rush through those, more about the research methods. I'm happy to talk about that later, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gents, for that talk. So we now have a half-hour break, and we would love to see everyone back here for Darren and Angela's talk. Please go buy some raffle tickets. We have a £50 Amazon gift voucher, which will be an amazing prize to win. And we then have Vera, who is signing books, and John and Richard, who are also signing books. And we also have our amazing dioramas that Sue has bought. So please go and have a look around, and I'd love to see you back here at 11:30 for Darren and Angela's talk. Thank you so much, guys.
paranormal researchers, and we're very pleased to welcome Darren and Angela.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. You're Nicky, aren't you? Richard? No. Oh, well, I've got the wrong one. I'll answer to anything, but... Oh, yeah, my name's Darren, and I'm going to speak much. Okay? We are paranormal investigators. I'm not going to use this because everybody can hear me, can they? Just a little bit.
Oh, he's not going to use it.
Now, when I say paranormal for me is not just a book that's put in the section of the occult, like you would expect any book on ghosts or Bigfoot or whatever to be. My way of paranormal is anything I can't explain or science can't explain. Does that make sense? Yeah. We've all had, I think, a paranormal experience. Would that be fair? Where the keys have gone missing, or we know we've got something in the cupboard, or we know we closed that door before we left home, but something's come open. 16% of our work, I would say, is paranormal research. And ever since I was 7 years of age, and I'm 50 now, I've done this sort of thing, because I got drawn into it. My father, has anybody heard of Morley Rectory? The most haunted house in England. Obviously it burned down now, but all the ghosts supposedly went to the church. I come from Essex originally, my dad was quite interested in this, he used to take it up on a regular basis. I felt at the age of 7, 8 years of age, I still can't, things I can't explain today. We have another guy, Paul Howard, who's host for Ghosts, my group is Sound Coast Ghosts, and we together, we form Puppet, which is Unified Paranormal Investigators. And the reason I'm here today is because we're unified. Chris said on a live stream the other night, wherever he is, he turned around and he said, it's so great over there, it's so great because up until now it feels so isolated, researching this sort of thing on your own. Yeah? As far as Bigfoot goes, I thought of this theory of Bigfoot being in the UK, and I was put down for thinking this way and so forth, around about 4 or 5 years ago. Because a lot of my investigations take me to open space woodlands, where there's a lot of, I hate to say it, dark cults visit these places, and there's a reason they're visiting these places. So I want to know it's paranormal to me. And I've suddenly realised after watching a few programmes, documentaries, not these ones made for entertainment, you know what I mean by that? Like Most Haunted, yeah, Effect Screaming and whatever. Stuart will always bring the passage out, doesn't he? Yeah? Oh, God, I'm getting hot. Yeah? Not them sort of Bigfoot programmes. I mean people that have actually had real life experience and they can sing a proper query. And I started seeing these structures in woodland around the UK. It then took me back to when I was 19, 20, 22, 23, living on the northeast coast of Scotland. When we would sit outside in the summertime and we'd hear sheep, cows, and then other things. We'd hear dogs barking, obviously the farmers have a sheepdog around, you knew what they were, you knew what a pheasant was. Daniel took us to the woods yesterday where he found the EDNA. I heard a sound up there yesterday, he said it was a pheasant, I disagreed.
What was it again, sorry?
This was up in the woods yesterday.
Whereabouts?
Well, wherever he took us. I don't know.
Local, weren't it?
Yeah, it's not far away, about 30 minutes. Now, when I was up in Scotland, we regularly sit outside on the bench and have a drink on the side or a cup of tea, whatever we could afford at the time, because we were skinny. And we'd hear these noises. I used to wander around these derelict houses. They had a roof on, no windows, no doors, whatever. And in the back buildings, there were gnawed bones, sheep bones, so forth. Something was big enough to drag a sheep from the field into the outbuildings and do what it wanted with it. Now, when I started seeing these structures, all these things come back to me. That's why I say I think I've been into Bigfoot a lot longer than I believe. Does that make sense? Yeah. And the possibility of it being real is, in my books, quite high. Yesterday, again in the woods that Daniel and his grand took us to, we were all drawn to the same area. Daniel said, oh, that bit over there, we can't get into it anyway. So I kept looking over there and I stopped. Angela stopped. She's sensitive as well. I believe we're all equally as sensitive, by the way. I think we're all equally as open to the paranormal as each other. We just don't allow ourselves to do it. Does that make sense as well? The human being is a very clever thing, very intelligent. We're dumbed down all through our lives, and I believe we've got so much potential. When we go back to these caveman drawings, well before the pyramids, we look at the pyramids and say, what great technology they had to build the pyramids, yeah? But you look at these cave buildings with men flying UFOs, and you think, well, where did that come from? Yeah? Before they could even stand on two legs. So you've got all this coming up. Another thing with our paranormal stuff, people say to us, oh well, if you've got a ghost from the 1800s, yeah, or the 1900s, how come you can't go back to the 800s, the 700s? Yeah? Well, even in the 18th century, people had trouble spelling, reading and writing, because they didn't have schooling. So we'll use a board or something like that, reading board. Has anybody used one then? Yeah? Did it work? And you can't explain how it works, right? Yeah? Well, these spirits are trying to spell things, might not be able to spell, does that make sense? So I prefer to use a yes or a no answer. Yeah? I can go into a building, I'm probably doing about 70 investigations a year. 70 investigations a year, a lot of them I debunk. 30 each driving Pontifact, supposedly the Black Bunker Pontifact. It's not as important as they say it is. You know, yeah, there's something there. I think you've got some pictures, haven't you, that we can bring up. These are some that I've collected over the years. This here is a place called Rapton Monument in Frontwell. Well, just outside of Emsworth, Rapton Ruin, whatever you want to call it. It's a derelict folly. Now, this photograph was taken on a dry summer's night through a normal camera. Now, when you get things like this, we blow them up and we try and debunk it, yeah? Because 80% you can debunk quite easily, yeah, or if you zoom into photographs. But when you get something like this mist here, that wasn't there at the time to take the picture, and the next picture, absolutely clear, without cleaning the name or anything, yeah? I don't know what we've got coming up next, because Craig's put it in order. This year, 2012, you can see this, there wasn't any wind, right? There wasn't any wind at all. If there was, all these blades and glasses would be fluttering as well. So why have we got, I mean, I won't look into it, I just go and take pictures. I think they're just taking like an iPhone 4 or something. If you're looking for paranormal pictures, around about 8 megapixels I find is the best. Anything more, it's too strong for me. Why have we got that? Yeah? It's not a ghost. It's not spirit, but it's paranormal. Yeah? That's been blown up as well, and by multiple people for the last 11 years, and nobody can explain it. Next one, Greg. That one there. This was an asylum in Kent that we did. Charter asylum. It had its own blacksmiths, its carved and so forth in its day. This was quite a few years ago now. These flames, I believe, it wasn't a flash we took it with. If you take a picture with a flash in the dark, expect to get orbs. You weren't just illuminating over the dust in front of the camera and killing yourself off. Yeah? That's the fake orbs. This wasn't using the flash, there was a light on, it was a torch, but it was facing away, as you can see from the camera. If it was facing the camera, I'd say that's lens flare. But again, you can't explain what it was. In a sequence of photographs, because you never take one on its own, you take 1, 2, 3. In that sequence, that was the only one with that in from exactly the same position. Yeah? I don't know what we've got next. These things here, they weren't there when I saw the picture. Yeah? When I saw the picture, whatever they are, is quite bright shoots of energy. And I believe that we are energy. I believe that energy is all around us. When we go on, I don't expect us to just end. But I believe the energy comes towards us when we draw. I've got meters out there that we can move it with, on mobile phones and so forth. You can't see it, doesn't mean it's not there. Next one. Stuart Hall. Yeah? That was an investigation we did at 35 Stonegate. Poor guy, shortly after that, right? Here's a good looking bloke. What, nobody's saying that? Shortly after that, poor guy gets passed out. Yeah, he was standing right next to me. Yeah? Next one. 30 East Drive, right? Fleur camera. Has anybody been to 30 East Drive? Okay. Right, this, you've seen the film when the lights went out and burned out and things like that. Yeah? It was haunted. This was about 9 years ago. You go upstairs, you've got 2 bedrooms. It's a very 70s, hadn't been renovated, it's 70s decor and so forth. You've got no central heating in the sense. There's no water pipes, hot water, so forth. The bathroom, obviously, got hot water, that's it. Now, we were downstairs, 4 of us, 3 guys, 1 girl, and one of the guys happens to be a private parking ward. Okay? Who likes private parking wards? Anybody? Who hates them? And he just got on to say, he's got £15 for every ticket handed out. And I said, that's commission. Doesn't it seem to no, commission. It's no commission, and it starts an argument. The place had been completely dead until that time. 30 minutes of me arguing and coming within an inch of saying, right, it's time to go to sleep. He works for Parking Army. Yeah, his name's Dan Litchfield, by the way. He's got to go. Really ghost hunters, I won't know. This, all of the meters went. Big old meters upstairs. Now, whether it was the energy of the argument, I don't know. But we ran upstairs and we got the thermal camera. Now, there's no heating in this room. It was cold. It was in the winter, right? It was probably 12 degrees in the room. And yet we've got heat signature here. Yeah? Heat signature. You cannot explain this. You didn't have it all. Yeah? It's over the period of over an hour, the heat signature kept changing. It started off as a figure sitting on the edge of the single bed in the kids' room, and then it changed into laying on the bed, and it moved around. Yeah? And at the same time, we were asking him questions on meters, EMF meters, and it was actually intelligently interacting with us on questions. After about an hour and a half, we got bored, and we just left the room, and it was still there. So, yeah, that's a drive is haunted, but nothing like what they say. I don't know what's next. See, it's changing. It's changing its signature. Yeah? Little biometric. This is absolutely impossible. What water pipe looks like this if there was one, which there's not? What have we got next? And here we have somebody sitting on the end of the bed. Yeah? You know, you couldn't make it up. You really couldn't. And I swear on my mum and dad's grave, these were 100% authentic. And they're 100% genuine. 100%. There is no South Coast ghosts, were 100% indeed but the water through. Next one, please. This is me. When I have hair, obviously. Yeah? Right? This is me taken by a friend in her house. She said she was having paranormal stuff happen, like doors were opening or whatever. I went in there and figured out it was a lady and she liked to clean it. And she had to clean Cindy. Cindy took this picture of me. She was backing me up. It's 100% authentic. She said, oh, look at that. She said, look, I'm going to take another one. And she took another one. And it had moved. And then it was over in the corner. Then it came back to me. Yeah? Again, I think it's just the energy that's around us all. Do you ever feel like a relative with you? Or something like that, or a voice in your head, don't go today, yeah, don't do this or whatever. I think that's what it is. Whether we're picking it up right or not, whether we're tuned in, I think it's there. Let's one phrase before we run over, because I'm happy with all the way down you want to talk too much. Otherwise, you can lock me in the cupboard. This one is probably the most sinister and what made me think afterwards. This, obviously, in 2011, I started my management group in 2007. This is a place called Knoll Village Cemetery. I'm sure John's heard of Knoll Village Asylum in Hampshire. It was one of the first places to pioneer the electric gas and electric shock treatment. They did this, it was a whole place to, you know, you believe in Bigfoot, or you believe in spirits, or you believe in a big cat, which I've seen by the way they are out there, you can be committed to Knoll Village. This is a cemetery, it's 2 acres, there's over 5,600 bodies buried in 2 acres. Heavily unmarked. There's probably 100 graves for 5,600 people. It's disgusting. They're built on top of each other. Now, I, again, just randomly walking around, taking pictures and so forth out of this. When I get home, flicking through, you can zoom into this again. You've actually got eyes. I've sent you the pictures, feel free, great. Zoom in, you've got a very evil, insane looking figure glaring at you. To say, I know you're there, I'm going to have you there. It's a lunatic asylum. You know, you're going to have the insanity there, aren't you? Yeah? So, when you get home sometimes, you get pictures like that, you think to yourself, God, I shouldn't have really been there on my own. I was doing a live with a couple of mates there by evening. And a woman on the live, she goes, oh, who's the 4th man? There's only 3 of us. She went, no, there's someone in the bushes. No, it's not. And I went back and I went, there you go, it's only in the bushes. She went, yeah, the man with glasses, he's there now. He's behind you. And I'm like, he's up there. And then other people on the live started to say the same thing. There's a man there who's got glasses on and whatever. And, you know, you sort of start to wonder, is that picking up the energy that we can't see? Yeah? And I think that's one of the last step pages, I think. Oh, this is an interesting one. Through doing this, we get taken to some really interesting places, architecture-wise and so forth. Woodchester Mansion in Gloucestershire was designed by the same guy that designed House of Parliament. So you can see the unfinished architecture in there. It's absolutely superb. Fort Redoubt and Harrods, we've got descriptions of visions of war there and so forth. How many days were serving, what they actually thought their superior officers. Wasn't a great thing. This church here is the oldest one in the UK. What's its name? Yeah, St. Pimon's Church. It's in the sand dunes in Cornwall, a place called Paranormal. Now, there's a new church now, obviously, this got lost. The sand dunes are the largest expanse in Britain here. They're absolutely superb. Get the chance to go down. But this church was lost for a number of years. The reason it got abandoned was the villagers got fed up of bailing it out of the sand dunes because the sand dunes cost them food. When you go, depending on certain times of the year, there's exposed skeletons as well, where they bury people in the sand, and obviously the sand dunes move. Yeah? So you get to see some really interesting places. But for seeing these interesting places and places we really, I mean, when we were in Renfrewshire, we saw some excellent tree structures. Excellent. I've said you said it was Daniel, didn't you? Yeah? And people look at them and they've gone, yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah? Walking through any forest, you can see the tree structures of the nature of what we guys are looking for. God, I've just said it now, what we're looking for on the Bigfoot hunter. Gosh. And they're real. They're real. Why shouldn't there be a migration pattern in the UK of Scotland when I saw it in the summertime, or heard it in the summertime, to think I keep seeing out the corner of the eye like yesterday? I'm actually, believe it or not, quite disabled. I've got 7 nerves in my spine. and I can't balance it. It's a hilly area, so I have to let them go. And those dogs are better off now. And I'm standing there with the dog lying down up against the tree. Really noisy. I heard something disturb the farm dogs, then I heard it howl, and then I heard some movement, and then I heard the pheasants flying. So something disturbed the dog, yeah? And I've got 5 minutes left. There, see? We don't need that anymore. We will in a minute, we'll need it in a second. Yeah? Why shouldn't there be like, I think that's one of the last ones, the next before I finish. This is an interesting one, I'll tell you really quickly. Right? I've been going to Weldon Cemetery probably since about 2003, 2004. The picture's cut off, it's Frederick Michael Donald, right? That's the full name. Now, when you go into the cemetery, you sort of park on the main road, it was lost, they lost the cemetery. They just went, there's only 5,600 bodies there, they lost it, yeah? Berkeley Home in 96 decided they were going to develop it. They were driving their tractors around and they found a headstone, not this one, but a headstone, we found the cemetery, that's good. So this is how respectful we are to our general discovery all over the world. But Berkeley Home to be developed again, they said, we'll fence around it, Melbourne and Sydney came back. Now, ever since I've been going in 2003, 2004, something like that, I've always had this little boy in the cemetery, and he says, I can see my mum. I'm looking for my mummy, he's got a ball, he's back, he's ball. And I'm like, there's a child in the cemetery, what's a child in the cemetery? It sort of brings a tear to your eye. But at the same time, when you first read it, you think you're insane, you don't trust yourself. So I took other people along, and they all report, there's a boy here, I can't remember his name, his name's Freddie. He's saying, I'm Freddie, I'm looking for my mum, I'm seeing my mum. Anyway, until 2020, all I knew was there's this little boy looking for his mum. It's all overgrown. They cleared this gravestone here, and myself and my mate down the road bikers, we walked down there. I've got my dog night, he's got one win. Look at this headstone. And we got a meeting on top, we asked him some questions, he confirmed he's looking for his mum. He said, look to the right hand side. I looked to the right and there's his mum. So we went to the theatre. Yeah? I found, I was being told that I had to look on a certain wall for a certain name. When I found it, what happened after that? Well, he said, keep looking. I found a word, how was that then? Scribbled in the wall. Yeah? That day, I just bought a Kawasaki motor. So, again, how do you explain it? Yeah? I think Bigfoot's linked to all this. I think it is a paranormal creature. I think it can clone itself, because we can't see the available energy that it can transfer into, if that makes sense. You see me? Yeah? Right, you see me, so I'm just going to go, yeah? That's me done. She was terrified of talking, by the way, so I'll give her a round of applause. He started commenting to start with, and I'm streamed on software, it's a bit hard to hit this. And I'm like, yes mate, you're more than welcome to come on my show next week and pause it. Yeah, we'd love to hear your stories on the Bigfoot stuff. So, because we're open to everything, paranormal, everything, yeah? If you want to come on, join us. Danny was on there most Mondays. Anyway, through the week, he tried to call me a couple of times, and I don't really do Facebook calls. I've not come across it on, God, I've gone, shit, it's a 14-year-old boy. Now, the circumstances today, unfortunately, makes we have to check ourselves, yeah? 14-year-old boy, what's on the live stream? What's his mum and dad going to think, yeah? What is mum and dad going to think of me and my fellow Harvey? Oh my God. So I said to Paul, I said, this motor's coming on. It's not, it's a kid. What? I went, he's 14 years old. I went, but everybody deserves a chance. Everybody's got a voice. Yeah? And it came on. And I think the first 30 minutes of being extremely hot, we didn't get a word in anything. So I have a couple of little things, because Daniel made this happen today, and I know but without this, we wouldn't be here. We're absolutely having a great time. We're enjoying it and also supporting everybody. And the faces in the crowd, yeah. It's really nice to meet everybody, I mean that. Again, I swear my goes great. I shouldn't really do that, but that is 100% me, 100% honest, yeah. First thing is, because it's now into UFOs as well, is a sticker for his hands. I mean a car, yeah. And the second thing is a little badge. Just to say thanks for having us down and meeting everybody.
Thank you, Darren, for that. So we now have a 10-minute break, and next will be John Downs from the CFZ. But please go enjoy our raffle book signings. We have Vera Cardoso and Richard Freeman and John Downs doing book signing. And please, we have excellent raffle prizes for you to have, and we also have some amazing Bigfoot artwork done by Sue, so thank you so much. And I shall see you guys in 10 minutes for John Downs' talk. Thank you very, very much.
Cryptozoologist. How dare you accuse me of cryptology? I don't know anything about these taking codes from us. What did I mean it? I was not rude. I'm never rude to lovely ladies. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Downs. I'm the director of an organisation called the Centre for Zoology, which for the last 32 years has been going all around the world. And I believe that we are now the biggest and the longest standing general cryptozoology group in the English-speaking world. There's a bunch of Japan who I know are much bigger than us, and there's a bunch in Mexico who are bigger than us. But I believe that we are the largest cryptozoological group in the English-speaking world, and I and Richard Freeman, who you saw earlier, Richard, wait, boys and girls. Richard and I think, as does Vera, we all think it's actually the best. But I can't say so, it's just to blow my own trumpet. And that would be told my late father said, that if you want in this life, boy, as long as you don't descend into vulgarity. Which has always been something with which I have lived my life. Now, there's something I'm very interested in the stuff that Darren talked about in the previous talk. But I've got one thing I want to challenge you. And that's because personally, I hate the words supernatural and paranormal. That's because I think these things are perfectly natural and perfectly normal and just the way things are. They are just defined by laws of science that we don't understand yet. And I believe that it is the job of groups like this one and the Centre for Zoology to try and uncover and explain the laws of science that we don't actually understand. Some cryptids or cryptozoological animals are undoubtedly new species of animals, new flesh and blood, carbon-based life forms, as real as any of us in this room. Well, I'm not quite sure about this. The same as anybody in this room, and your pet dog, your pet cat, and your pet budgeriggar at home. They are all carbon-based flesh and blood life forms which are defined by known laws of physics. That's the first one, cryptids. The trouble is that cryptids, being neologism, which was started about, I think, 50 years ago, its definition changes with each year that comes. And this is something that quite often happens in cryptozoology. I'm sure you've all heard the word chupacabra. Do you know, does anyone know? Is there anyone who doesn't know what chupacabra is?
Chupacabra.
Does everybody know vaguely, or do you want that to know? Okay, ever since 1996, in the Canopolis Plateau in the center of Puerto Rico, there have been reports of a strange creature walking semi-bipedally and having spikes at its back. The story goes that these creatures are vampiric in nature, and they can prey on the local livestock and the local farmers and drain blood. And this is a really nasty story. I've got loads of very unpleasant photographs of creatures that have been attacked with chupacabra. But over the years, in 2001, I believe, A man called Devin McNally who lives in a place just outside San Antonio, Texas, found what he thought was a monstrous as in weird, not monstrous as in huge, because the creature's only about this size, but a dog, bright blue, with no hair. And so he did what any, are there any Americans here? Thank God for that. He did what all Americans do under pretty well any circumstance. He shot the bloody thing. And he took a Polaroid photograph of it to the lady who ran the local convenience store. She was Hispanic descent. And she said, "Oh, Senor McNally, it looks like you have something like a chupacabra as well." And that afternoon, Devin met a bloke from the local press and told him this. And all across the world, now these blue dogs from Texas are called chupacabra. They have absolutely nothing to do with the original Puerto Rico creature, but the name is used across the board. Now, even in Russia, parts of Spain, a lot of them, a wide section of the world now has what they call chupacabra reports, and they're nothing to do with the original ones. They are just called chupacabra because that has become a catch-all neologism for bogeyman, for monster, for scary that comes to the night. Now, the same thing has happened to the word cryptid. I think, Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think cryptid came from Willie Lane.
No, it's much more recent than that.
Who was
I can't remember the guy's name. It was an American guy in about 1983.
Okay, it was more recent than I thought. Cryptid originally meant unknown flesh-blood animals, which are the animals which are studied by hardline cryptozoologists, and which can Nigeria and these looking very fancy. And as of the last few months, died in his career. But the word cryptid has become perverted again, if you like. I mean the word perverted in the true sense of the English language, and from being a word for unknown species of animal, it's become so many people are now using it to describe things that are, and I'm not going to use the word I dislike, paranormal. And the word cryptid is becoming more, in fact, very much what the word chupacabra has become across the Hispanic world. It is a catch-all phrase for things that go bump in the night, as well as new species of animals. Lots of things people talk about cryptids, including most annoying things that we know are not just something that is not defined by laws of zoology, but something we know is completely made up, like Slender Man. And Slender Man, as I believe most of you probably know, was a hoax thing made up by somebody on, I think it was 4chan, wasn't it? It's creepy bastard. It's one of these things that some kid is rather good at drawing things and a very good imagination. He drew these things, made up a story about them, and there are people all over the world now who believe in their literal existence. What was the other one that you told me? Right. Something called Roach, which I don't know anything about apart from the show the pictures supposedly of it and told the story. But all around the world, people actually believe in this stuff. The last time this happened on any great scale was in the First World War. A novelist and short story writer, Arthur Mack, wrote
a lovely tribute, very, very patriotic, and how you describe it, short story to boost the morale of the soldiers in the trenches. And this was a short story that outside Mons in Belgium, a few British soldiers were being overcome by a big group of the German army, and then the tide opened, and that came angels from heaven with long arms, and basically made mincemeat of the Germans. If there's any Germans on the road, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend you. They're Germans. You German well, that's it. Well, I don't want to offend you. I'm very good at offending. I just don't want to do it on purpose. So, one of the big questions people ask me all the time, do I believe in Bigfoot? Yes, I do. I've seen one. I am convinced that they exist. I have also received written death threats from people in the Bigfooting community. We've got to get rid of that John Darren. He says the Bigfoots in Polar Lake and the Northumberland can't be flesh and blood animals. And so they did their best to what I believe these days is called cancer. And I got kicked out of the internet Bigfoot groups. And all sorts of nasty things happened. Polar Lake in Northumberland, which is where Richard and I went on a mini expedition just over 20 years ago, January 2003, was somewhere where over about 6 weeks there'd been a whole string of reports of a big like creature. It's only about 40 acres, and despite what you might say about Sunderland supporters, the idea of there being a flesh and blood, unknown, high primates living in a forest 40 miles north of Newcastle is, I'm afraid, frankly ridiculous. But I saw something. The forums sat on the bonnet of my car. I don't have a decent car now, I can't drive it. And there's no point in having something you enjoy driving if you can't drive. But in those days, I'd inherited my dad's old Jaguar. And the Ford was sitting on the bonnet of the Jaguar. And this is a bit weird. We saw, and it's much more story than this, but I'll just tell you the Jaguar operation, which probably nobody engaged with 50 know what that means. But I saw over a stretch of about 12 yards. I know this, I'm terrible estimating distance, but I noted the 2 trees, this thing, whatever it was, round the tree, and it ran very tall. Does anybody remember the computer game Doom 2? Okay, it had this weird skeletal looking, very thin creature with a big head, angular arms and legs. And I saw something like this, but completely jet black. And not even like an animal or a thing would be, it was like a shape of nothingness, in the shape of these creatures, against reality, the whole reality. And I saw it running like that, then for the next second and a half, maybe right to left, and then a couple of seconds later, the same thing happened from left to right. Of the 4 of us who were sitting on the bonnet of my car, 2 of us saw it. The other 2 didn't. And this is something which happens over and over and over again in Fortean zoology. You have situations, and maybe some of you investigators will have experienced this. Our investigations when a bunch of people sitting in the same place, two of them, half of them, some of them, can see something, and the others, right next to them, can't see anything at all. And this was always fascinating me and intriguing me. About 3 years ago, this is the first talk I've been to for the last 6 years. Because 6 years ago, my mother-in-law got dementia. A few years after that, my wife had cancer, and I was a nurse many years ago. And staff nurse Darren came out of retirement, and I looked after both of them until they died. But I spent a lot of time watching YouTube videos and reading books with my mother-in-law, who just like the company, even though I don't know what the hell I was watching. And one day I came across a very interesting video about the work of a guy called, this is very ridiculous, I can't remember his name. Richard, what's his name?
Who are you talking about? What's he doing?
And Robert Anton Wilson. I'm sorry about that. Robert Anton Wilson came up, he was a very well-known philosopher, and he came up with an idea that he called reality tonks. There are, I'm sure, people in this room who know a hell of a lot more about the electromagnetic rays and the electromagnetic stimuli which hit all of us, all of the time. One of the stupidest things people say is that we have 5 senses: touch, taste, hearing, smell, and whatever the other one is. There are actually something like 45 that I know, because as well as all those things, we are sensitive to pressure, we're sensitive to pain, we are sensitive to some magnetic frequencies, some people more than others. We are sensitive to gravity, and the list goes on and on. Every moment of every day, everybody in this room, and in fact, everybody and every animal in the world is under bombardment from dozens and dozens of different stimuli. And I am certain that we're under bombardment from stimuli that we don't even know about. Because the human race thinks we know everything, well, we don't, damn. And for the human race to think that we're the masters of the universe, the masters of science, we're not. We're just a bunch of monkeys that got lucky. I sincerely believe, and this is why it's Robert Anton Wilson, that our brains, our subconscious, are not strong enough, not sensitive enough, not clever enough, wrong word, to understand, map, and act upon all these different stimuli, which are coming from everywhere. They're coming from everywhere, they're coming from the distant stars, they're coming from the bloke who sits next to you, they're coming from the smell from the fish and chip shop down the road. We're all bombarded, inundated with all this stuff. And our subconscious has to explain, has to deal with all this stuff, and it has to decide what of the different stimuli it's actually going to pay attention to. That doesn't mean that it doesn't act on these other bits, but it doesn't do it consciously. And each subconscious and each brain are different. We know from anybody doing neurological science that the biology make up the chemicals that make up the neurons. Every single person and animal are slightly different, which means each of us is going to perceive what happens slightly different. Sometimes very slightly, sometimes surprisingly. And that is, I think, a very good place to start by accepting that whether or not you believe in Robert Anderson's theory of reality channels, that each of us has our own reality channel constructed by our brain, our consciousness, and each of us has a slightly different type of reality, a slightly different view of reality. Until people start to accept this, I think we are not going to get very far in trying to explain why, across the world, some Bigfoot type things, as in the late great IT scientists used to call them, why some of these things are obviously animals, and why some of these things are obviously something else entirely. So, I started Centre for Zoology 32 years ago because I wanted to try and bring some sort of scientific method into the study not just of cryptozoology, but of the weird stuff that so many people have been talking about today. People used to say, John, you're not a scientist. And I said, no, I'm a journalist, ex-nurse and ex-rock singer. And they'd say, well, why are you talking to us about monsters? And I'm saying, one, because I know what I'm talking about, and two, because I can. And they said the same sort of thing to Nicky when he went to university and then, rather than finishing his course, he came and spent a lot of time with me, drinking alongside and behaving incredibly badly. This was when we were youngsters, boys and girls, and I don't want anybody here to think I'm trying to encourage anybody to go my footsteps. If you want to go my footsteps, be prepared to be in a wheelchair by the time you're in the 60s. But about 5 years ago, I heard a new term I'd never heard before, and that was citizen scientist. There are two ways to do what you do. You can bugger about, pretend you're like one of the most haunted, and rush in and out of the thing and say, there's a Sasquatch in them woods. Or you can try and do it properly. You can keep notes of what you do. You can write up your expeditions. You can write up your investigations. And you can make real documentation of all your findings. And I hate to admit that I have been bullying a 14-year-old boy, but for the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've been bullying him massively into keeping written records of all the stuff that they do. The organisation I run is also a publisher, and we've got a couple of books there. We've sold those things today, and a couple more on the raffle. But one of the things that Richard and I do, we publish a full-length yearbook, which actually comes out every 2 years. But that's because since my wife died, since various other people have died and had to retire, I have to do, Richard and I, and dear Karen there, and the lady called Guinevere in Exeter, are basically doing most of this stuff. We've got researchers around the world, but basically I never wanted to work as a full-time. But we publish a biannual year. We publish a journal that comes out 4 times a year, and we do publish something called a peer-reviewed journal called the Journal of Cryptozoology, which is in abeyance at the moment. But I promised Dan, because I think what he's done here today is absolutely brilliant, and I'm so impressed with what he and his crew are doing. They are absolutely bloody fantastic, and I take my hat off to him, and I take my hat off to his family for having encouraged him and shown him the right direction. But I don't want him to have to learn all the very dull and convoluted skills you need to do publishing that doesn't look awesome. So I promised Dan and other members of this group that we will publish, because of my journal, will publish anything that they send in about their records, because that, and we'll also do anything we can to help things get properly analysed. Because if it is not written down, and if people across the world haven't got hard copy books, all you need is to have, at the moment I'm afraid it's looking more likely than it has since I was a very young boy. It looks like there might well be some big electromagnetic explosions in the next few years, and that scares the hell out of me. And that is also going to wipe out most of the internet as we know it. So, if you only have a jolly set of videos and a Facebook page, all it needs is an electromagnetic accident, whether it's caused by a war or whether it's caused by sunspots or anything else. It means that these things will do a lot of good. So, I very much hope Dan is going to pick us up on our offer, and I don't know where you are now, Daniel, but if there's anything ever we can do, then please, just ask. And that was, one thing you can't do, don't send me the credit onto me for the phone call at 2 o'clock in the morning another day when I've got the other to say. But apart from that, we will do anything we can. Well done, mate, and I have no idea how proud we all are. And thank you for listening.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to have a 15-minute break, and then we're going to have Richard Freeman on next, and then we're going to announce the raffle after Richard's talk. So we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are here for 1 o'clock talking with Richard Freeman, UK's biggest cryptozoologist. So, I will now pass over to Richard.
7.
Hello?
What's a bit echoey?
Hello?
One, two. Not all spiders sit on the back. If it starts playing up, I'll probably just do meow. Okay, my name's Richard Freeman. I am a cryptozoologist, a working field cryptozoologist, and I'm the zoological director of the Centre for Zoology, which John mentioned earlier. I first got interested in bizarre animals back in the 1970s when I was young, due to watching David Attenborough with his many shows such as Life on Earth and Fabulous Animals, and also watching classic Doctor Who with John Pertwee and Tom Baker. Not the gender-flipped one garbage the BBC spews out today and tells us it's Doctor Who, the real Doctor Who. I'm a real Luddite as well. I hate them. Can you hear me out there? Yes. I hate machines. Absolutely detest machines. Anyway, yeah. Giant maggots growing out of slag heaps in Wales. Super intelligent humanoid dinosaurs awakened from millions of years of slumber. Lovecraftian alien entities that can animate in plastic. Robot yetis on the London Underground. Fantastic. So that's where my interest in strange animals comes from. David Attenborough. Since joining up the Centre for Zoology, I was a zookeeper originally. So any of you remember the fugitive chimps from the adverts where they carry the piano downstairs? I used to work at that zoo, Boycross Zoo, when I was a teenager. I ran the reptile house. Then I went away to study zoology. Well, I was a grave digger for a little while. Then I went away to study zoology at Leeds University, and I found that the so-called doctors and professors were making errors in school. The books they were using were 30 years out of date back in the 1990s. So I thought, if this is the state of academia, I'm not that interested in it. So I ended up working with John here at the Centre for Zoology, being the zoological director. And since I moved down from Yorkshire to Devon, I've been all around the world hunting all kinds of strange creatures in far-flung places. I'm going to tell you about some of it today. Can I have the first? This creature is the orangutan deck, and it's probably the cryptid that I've been most associated with. It's been reported on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia for hundreds of years. The natives have known about it by many different names. Since the time of the Dutch colonists, Westerners as well. The name means short man in Malay, and unlike the Yeti, which was supposed to be gigantic, this creature stands about 3.5 to 5 feet tall. It's very muscular and very strong. Although it's not aggressive, the natives fear it because of its immense strength. And I've been on the trail of this animal now for 6 different expeditions. This is us crossing the lake in a canoe. And this lake is called Gunung Tujuh, and it's in Kerinci Sabak National Park in western Sumatra. It's the caldera of an extinct volcano, and all around it is dense cloud forest, mountain jungle, and there's been many reports of orangutan decks from here. The actual canoes, you look like they come off the bleeding ark. They're so decrepit. And every time we use them, you think they're going to sink. But thankfully, they've not so far. And we make camp in a beach by the lake and then go out into the jungle to search
toe foot, the offset big toe, which is typically similar, 8. But we have a broad white bearing heel. Because this thing walks quite quickly, it's not a knuckle walker, it walks upright like a man. A broad heel helps to bear the weight. Next one, please. That's a handprint. Very different from the handprint of an orangutan. Like I say, I used to be a bit for my specialisation is reptiles, but I work with a lot of animals as well. I've seen 8 footprints and handprints in all kinds of mediums. We've got the thumb there, and we've got the fingers, which are sort of clenched like that because the one was bracing itself as it turned over a log. Orangutans have much smaller thumbs, and they have long, thin fingers that primarily are orbital, whereas a orangutan lives on the forest floor. That handprint is much more like the print of a small gorilla, which are terrestrial and spend most of the time on the floor. Next one, please. This guy there is a native called Seaman, and he had seen the orangutan deck. This was on our second trip, and he had heard this weird vocalization one morning. He came out and saw it standing in some long grass near his house. He said it was about 4 feet tall, brown fur, very powerfully built. He was staring at him and making this bizarre noise. The thing in the middle is not built by the BBC Special Effects Department. That is a Titan Aerial, the world's largest flower. They flower every 40 years and die. And we're looking at this particular time that a Titan Aerial was flowering. And they smell of eating flesh because they're pollinated by flies. It's one of the amazing sights I saw in the Sumatran jungle. Next one. This lady is Debbie Marker. She's retired now, but she was the head of the Indonesian Tiger Conservation Group. She started life as a journalist, and she was passing through Sumatra, spending a few weeks there, and she heard the stories of the orangutan neck and thought it was folklore. When she was up at Gunung Tuju, she was speaking with a guide, what animals live here. He said, oh, there are tigers, rhinos, and they live in rare, elephants, and orangutan necks. And she said, orangutan neck is a legend. No, I've seen it. A few weeks later, she saw it herself. The Siamang gibbon was making a noise if some people were around. And the guide said that there's something in the jungle. If you wait by this clearing, I'll go around and flush it towards you and take a photograph of it. She was expecting something like a sun bear. What walked into the clearing was a powerful goat, upright, walking, long-haired ape. And she was so astounded that she didn't take a photograph. But she's glimpsed it since then another 4 times, but not as close. It's also been seen by a wildlife photographer called Jeremy Weldon. Next one, please. This is some hair we found on the June. It was found in tracks. It was analysed by experts at Copenhagen University. Dr. Tom Gilbert, the genetics expert, couldn't get any DNA to damage. But our good friend Lars Thomas is an expert in animal hair, looked at the structure of the hair, and he concluded, and I quote, that it is from a primate that is related to but distinct from the Sumatran orangutan. And I thought there is a large primate in Sumatra. That's Dr. Chris Clark on our college there. We're with the Kabul people, who are the original Aborigines of Sumatra. The guy at the back is one of their chiefs. He's called Nyland. He told us that one time he and some other people were out hunting and they climbed into a tree near a clearing and they saw an orangutan neck with black hair and a reddish tint to it. About 4 feet tall, very powerful dog. Walked into his clearing, he was looking about, he sat there something there that couldn't see him. They watched it for about 10 minutes. A colleague of mine, Dave Archie, on his first expedition, on his first day in the jungle, of our guides to hard dinners actually saw the orangutan neck in the tree. He said he was hanging onto the tree as if he didn't want to be seen. He had like a frightened look on his face as he curious around. And eventually it climbed down from the tree and walked away on its two legs. He said it had very thick fur on the mountain umbrella, striking the huge in the face. Next one, please. That's myself, John Hare, Chris Clark, one of my native guides, John, on our second expedition, what we call the Lost Valley. This was this gorge that Debbie Martin told us about. She said that no Westerners had ever been down there. She didn't know many natives had been down there either. We found this one man called Pac N who'd been down there in his youth. We thought we had to explore this place, so we got there. It's a more or less sheer 500-foot cliffs with just vines on them, and we didn't have any road. But we went down anyway because we're English. So we got down to the bottom of this place where no Westerners had ever been before, and explored the valley, and then climbed back up again. So we thought, if there's a storm in the middle of the night, it's going to be flooding power. But one of the many places I've been where I've been the first Westerner to set foot. Next one, please. That gives you some idea of what the jungles of Sumatra are like. These are the upland jungles, where it gets very cool at night. It's the steam noise of the jungles. Once we get into the round, juju. Next one, please. Now, that is a Tapanuli orangutan. And until recently, it was thought that there were two species of orangutan. There was the Bornean orangutan from Borneo and the Sumatra orangutan from northern Sumatra. In 2017, a new species was identified, the Tapanuli orangutan, which is genetically distinct from the Bornean and the Sumatra. Now, the island of Borneo and the island of Sumatra and the island of Java and the Malayan Peninsula were all one big landmass. Sorry, go back. So, it was all one big landmass. It was called Sundaland. Not Sundaland near Newcastle. It's a totally different Sundaland. Sundar. The different species of orangutan apparently speciated or developed before the drop in the sea level that broke Sundaland into islands in the peninsula. So they all existed at least 400,000 years ago. So what we think the orangutan neck is a new species of orangutan, one that lives on the forest floor, not up in the forest canopy like the other orangutan. And we're planning to go back there again because the last time I was there, I heard its distinct weird call from behind a stand of bamboo, maybe 30 feet away, and missed seeing it and filming it on set. So it's one of two cryptids that I'm 100% sure exists. And this is the other one that I think 100% sure exists. This is the thylacine or Tasmanian wolf. And looking at it, you might think that it's a relative of the wolves and dogs of the canid family. It's in fact a carnivorous marsupial. Its closest relatives are something called the fat-tailed gunner and the Tasmanian devil. It raised its young in a pouch like a kangaroo. And at one time it was found throughout New Guinea, Australia, and Tasmania. And it was thought to have died out in New Guinea and mainland Australia several thousand years ago. Possibly due to diseases brought in by the placental dingo introduced by the Aborigines. Also the dingo was about to breed faster. In a one-on-one fight, the thylacine, it's immensely powerful jaws, much more powerful than wolves. With a great leg like that, it could have annihilated. But the dingo bred faster and had impact. It remained on Tasmania, and where the white settlers first went to Tasmania, they blamed it for attacking their sheep. Because when the white man went to Australia, wiped out the Tasmanian Aborigines, wiped out the Tasmanian So there were bounties cabs on it, and it was snared, shot, poisoned until there was a population crash. And about 1905, Maine swept through the island as well. The already endangered Tasmanian wolf had a population crash. The last one was supposed to have died in Hobart Zoo in the mid-1930s. Since then, there have been over 4,000 sightings, both in Tasmania and, interestingly, up in the mountains of New Guinea, where the natives call it Dolsenga. There's the next one. Here you can see it next to a dingo. You can see how similar they are. It's called convergent evolution. This is when two completely unrelated animals evolve to look like each other because they're fulfilling a similar ecological niche. Other examples are pythons and boas, which are both constricting snakes, one from the old world, one from the new world. They're not particularly closely related, but they look alike, so they live similar lifestyles. Once again, the vultures you get in Africa and Asia and Europe are not at all closely related to the vultures you get in South, Central and North America. It's convergent evolution. And the lifestyle of Tasmanian wolves is actually more like a coyote. They tend to look alone in pairs rather than in packs. And their jaws are very powerful, and they will deliver one powerful bite and let the prey lead out. While the wolves, packs and dogs, all bite onto their prey at once, they hang on, and sometimes even start to eat it alive. But you can see how similar they are. Next one, please. That's the great gate. You can open the jaws far wider than a central dog or wolf. And the next one. We've been down to Tasmania 3 times now, and I'm going to go back. This lady here called Ramona, she was one of the witnesses we spoke to. She said she was driving one night, and one of these things moved out of the car. She said its gait was completely different to a dog. It had a long, stiff tail like a kangaroo, visible stripes, and this strange, weird gait that was totally different to a dog. Take no notice of the date on the camera. That's the sort of terrain we're dealing with. Now, Tasmania is about as big as Ireland, but its population is less than 500,000, and most of them are in the 2 cities, Hobart and Launceston. Now, a city in Tasmania is like a big town in Britain, and a town is like a village, and a village is like a hamlet. And when you get out to the west of the island, there is just a massive wilderness where nobody lives, and there is thick forest. Next one, please. What would we do? We would hang out late. We use roadkill mainly. That chicken was roadkill, was found in the road, but we found out dead bodies just hit right past, and we hang them up and put out a camera trap. You can see the camera trap at the back there. Next one, please. And we drove around the logging tracks at night. We have a camera, a dash cam, from the car in case they need to walk. This man here owned an arboretum, or as Homer calls it, a tree place. And he said it moved down to Tasmania in the 60s. And a few years before one moved there, he said he and his wife were driving between Hobart and Launceston. And he saw a Tasmanian wolf running along the side of the road via a barbed wire fence, looking for a place to get under. And there was another car full of people behind him, and they stopped and saw him as well. And they were reporting to a newspaper. Another man we talked to, sadly passed away now, he was in his 90s. He was a guy that worked for the Centres for a Hydroelectric scheme, and he said he was with 4 of the guys driving to work. And once again, one of these things stepped out into the middle of the road from the car and actually stopped the car, and they all got guy here, he's a government licensed shooter, and he goes out killing feral cats, which are a bloody menace. Wherever they get a foothold, cats destroy. There's a little island called Stevenson's Island, between the two main islands of New Zealand. Little tiny island. It had a wren on it, a species of wren. It's flightless, so they're predators and they run around on the floor like mice. They opened the lighthouse there. The lighthouse keeper brought a cat. This one bleeding cat wiped out the entire species. So wherever they're in Hawaii, they wipe out species of small bird and mammal. They do it wherever they get a foothold. They're a goddamn menace. They're one of the few animals I really dislike, domestic cats. But he goes out and blows them away. Thylacines are chomp as well if they got the chance. But his spare time is paid to do this. He saw thylacines twice. He saw one from a car, running from his car, he saw one on foot. This is a guy that goes right into the outback, into the deep bush. Next one, please. And a lot of these witnesses are very reticent to tell you where they saw it, unless you promise not to reveal the exact location, because they're worried about the animal being disturbed. This guy here has the wonderful name of Grenville Batty. He's no relation to Nora, but he is the nephew of a guy called Wolf Batty, who shot the last known wild Tasmanian wolf. And he goes out, despite being in his 70s, looking for the Tasmanian wolf, and he said he's heard this very distinct cry. It has a high-pitched yap that goes through three high-pitched Tasmanian yaps. He says he's heard this many times himself. And we talked to a park ranger who would also call this a very distinctive call. And on our second trip down to Tasmania, Darren also goes, I've got an old shack you can sleep in if you like. And my mate, Mark Williams, and I said, that'd be great. Because we'd have a proper roof over our heads instead of camping. I bleeding hate camping. I have to do it when I'm on expedition. But I loathe it. Why anybody does it for fun is beyond me. It's such a pain in the arse. Why? Why would you do it unless you had to? So we roll up to Grenville Shack to find it's a house. It's a whole house. He said, it hasn't got any electricity. That's because he had to turn the generator on. So we had a house with electricity, water, and we used it as our base, which made a wonderful change from being in the campus. The next one. So of all the creatures going, the Tasmanian wolf is on the orangutan now, is likely to be still out there. There was a guy called Professor Henry Nix, and he wrote a computer program called BioClim, which was used as a research tool, whereby you could program everything you knew about a certain animal and everything you knew about its environment. And you match two sets of data together to see where in its environment you find your target animal. For example, if you wanted to look for white rhinos in Botswana, it will tell you the best place to look for white rhinos in Botswana. He did this with the Tasmanian wolf, and he found out there was something like a 98% match-up between where the computer program said they should be if they still existed, and where people were reporting them from. So that should come into play. I'm convinced. This is an anaconda. In terms of bulk, it's the world's largest snake. The biggest one ever measured was around about 27 feet, but there are persistent reports from jungles and rivers and swamps of South America on anaconda 45, 50, and even 60 feet long. And we went out to look for these a few years back. And usually we pay for it out of our own pockets. And this time around, the company Capcom decided to sponsor us to tie it in with their new game. I think it was Monster Hunter 2. I don't play video games myself, but they gave us a bunch of money to go over. So, but unfortunately, we had to go in October because that's when they were dry season. Now that gives you an idea of what the size of the giant. The old gauchos, the South American cowboys, used to call them a manatoro, or dog killer. So it's a huge snake that would grab hold of a full-grown bull or a horse, constrict it, and swallow it whole in a way that no one can swallow a rat. This is an alleged photograph of the giant anaconda, and it was taken just after World War II. It's a dead one, floating up by gas, floating belly up in the river, and it was supposed to have been in the ruins of Fort Tabatinga on one of the tributaries of the Amazon. It attacked some soldiers, and it apparently took something like 160 rounds to finish it off. But the trouble with this photograph is we haven't really got a frame of reference of how big it is. It looks very big, it looks big and bulky, but we don't know how far that shore is away, and we don't know how close the person to the photograph. That's our guard, David Holly. He's a hereditary chief of the Indian clan Arawan tribe in South America. And he was told by some hunters he met at a remote lake called Corona Falls that they'd seen an anaconda so fast they ran away from it. When he asked them how big it was, he pointed to a palm tree. They pointed to a palm tree about 30 feet tall. They said there was a dead tree in the swamp about that size. The anaconda was crawling over it, and its tail extended from the ground, and its head from the river, so it was 40 feet. And they were so scared they ran away. That's Dr. Chris Clark out on the savannah. That's the trail of an average size anaconda. Giant anaconda, much bigger. Unfortunately, when we went, it was the worst drought in living memory, even as natives so brutally hot. They never remember a drought like this. We couldn't get out to Corona Falls because the rivers were so low and no boats could get up there. We couldn't rent a helicopter. So we couldn't get to where these remote lakes where the giant anaconda was supposed to be. So we were stuck on the savannah. We weren't in the jungle, we were on the grasslands, and it was murderously hot. We all suffered from sunstroke. I remember just collapsing with a pole axe. I've never known anywhere so hot, and it was torn apart by insects. Mercifully, I haven't got this photo to show you, but my then girlfriend took a photograph of my arse after it had been bitten by vine flies and swallowed up, so it looked like some monstrous disease strawberry that had been run cellophane. This was the single toughest exhibition I've ever done, just because of the brutal, unrelenting heat 24 hours a day. That's maybe some mountains in the background. Next one, please. Another creature we went to look for was the Alamoy Hoipoi, as they call it in Mongolia, which translates as the intestine worm. We in the West call it the Mongolian death worm, and it's supposed to be a creature with about as long as your arm, that crawls about the deserts of the Gobi after rainfall, and the natives go in great fear of it because it's supposed to spit a corrosive yellow saliva, that's like acid, to be able to generate blasts of electricity. And there's story of a camel dying from its electrical ice, and one story of a geologist with a theodolite poking a sand dune and suddenly started to foam at the mouth, fell down dead. Death worm. As far back as the 1920s, Roy Chapman Andrews, a paleontologist, who made basically the Jones, heard stories of the death worm when he was studying fossils in the desert. There's Roy Chapman Andrews himself. And the premiere of Mongolia has to be captured on the recording. Ready to see next week. That's an aerial view of the Gobi Desert. Gobi Desert is very different depending on where you are. It's the size of Western Europe. Some bits of it look like the surface of Mars, other bits look like capital trays, giant capital trays that stretch into the distance. There's hiding all over the floors of my house. So it's the most alien, strange place where I've ever been to. And we travelled about 1,000 miles through the desert, and we talked to about 2 different witnesses who were all describing this strange creature. And we stopped at an old military base near the border of China. An old retired colonel lived there. He said that in the 1970s he was driving through the desert. He saw what he thought was a bit tired, poking out the sun. He got closer. He realised it was a death worm. So it was a scaly, salami-shaped thing. It was glistening, and he said glistening because it had dew on it. The sunlight was glittering on it. And he says that's where he thinks the electrical blast was. Because all the people we spoke to say it was an electrical blast that could be thrown out. They say, well, that's fictional. But maybe it's venomous and it's stick. We talked to another guy that saw it emerge from a hole in his mouth. We talked to another guy who said he killed one with a stone in the 1960s. He scared him. Scientists found his body, right? So there might be a preserved death worm in some basement, in some museum. All sorts of weird things turn up in museums. A species of giant gecko, that one, was found in the museum of the coast, to science, stuffed to it in there for ages. Next one, please. That's the team. We had some old Soviet military fans that could turn into minibuses. And these drivers are amazing. They go for a featureless desert and know exactly where they were going. Got stuck in the sand. At another point, we were travelling along a frozen river and broke the back end of the van went into it and had to pull it out. Next one, please. That's a contemporary drawing of the death worm. The next one. That's my friend John Hare, called the sculpture of the death worm in the Museum of the Gobi. Now, however, we visited some remote oases where the death worm could be reported. And one of these, we saw a dust devil building out in the desert. It got closer and closer, bigger and bigger, before it could go around the valley and the side. But all of a sudden, it was in the camp. I remember clinging to the side of one of those vans in the eye of the storm, looking up into the tornado and seeing one of our drivers 15 feet in the air, holding on to a shredded tent that had been lifted up. It sandblasted the lens of one of our drivers and made it totally unusable. And then as quickly as it got gone, leading to complete devastation. It's like Dorothy. Next one, please. That is people leave stones there. Look, the blue cloth is meant to represent the blue sky and go in it. If you leave a stone or 3 kilometers around the blue, it will immediately reverse and go over. We also came across a ruined temple in the desert, and there's a socialist here. Buddhism is suppressed. Most of these temples were disputed, but found offerings still left in the temple in the river. Next one, please. There's our vans there. So you can see these mountains, how big they are. Next one, please. That is a mirage. One of those mountains there is just heat waves. And we saw a number of mirages, some of them are minarets, towers and things, but you hear about mirages in films, but they do actually happen. What is the death worm? Well, we think that the death worm was probably an amphisbaena or lizard. These are strange marine reptiles, they're not snakes and not lizards, but they're sandbars are these chunky, burrowing, constricting snakes. But whatever it is, it's unknown to science. The powers attributed to it are probably a lot. That is a reconstruction of Homo habilis, handyman that lived in East Africa about 2 million years ago. And creatures not unlike this are reported in Russia and both Burma, so next one. There's a little reconstruction. They call them the Almasty, wild man of Russia. Next one, please. This guy, Yuri Kamchenko, he's a Ukrainian biologist. He actually saw one of these things in a really farmhouse from a distance of only about 6 feet on hiding on some hang. This thing was covered in grey hair and it was biting the mane of the mare that get tethered up in there and then leapt up onto the rafters and out through the window of his barn. He was very close. We went with him and a couple of other people, an Ukrainian called Anatoly Serendenko, who's an archaeologist, and a Russian guy. Our British team joined the others. These are the Caucasus Mountains where we went to. In Russia, the Caucasus, they completely accept the existence of the Almasty. They think that it is a form of wild man, so they do not they don't think it's any more fantastical than a bear or a wild boar or a wolf, just a little bit rare. That's just a bit bad. In Russia, they took it so seriously that in the 1950s, the former Soviet Union was commissioned to look for the wild man, headed up by a guy called Boris Goshnia, and he wrote several books on the wild man and the Soviet snowman condition. And some of his work is available in the Soviet Sasquatch that's reprinted. It's only 300 printed in Russia. We got the rights to do it. But we spoke to many witnesses there. We spoke to an old man and an old woman. The old woman had seen one way back shortly after World War II. And it was the music itself, I think it was possibly thrown in the house. The man had seen a young one that come into his garden and left out bread for it. We heard a story about one of them approached a local farmhouse, killed a gardener with a club, and made up with a big round of cheese. We heard another one from a once farmhouse about a guy who saw one near a grain silo and threw a rock at it, and the eldest of it, massive rock, hurled it back at the garden, and in the morning there was 2 men on the floor. The most interesting thing that happened was when we were staking out an old abandoned farmhouse, not one of the regulars, it consisted of 3 rooms and an L-shaped window around it. It had been derelict since 1973, but a few years before, some shepherds were on there. And they were on the veranda one night, and the door opened again. A 7-foot Almasty was there, and it walked along the veranda, picked one of the guys and moved him out of the way, got to the end of the veranda, jumped off, disappeared into the forest. So, Anatoly himself was seen an Almasty around the area as well. So, we set up some camera traps and staked it out. About 10 o'clock at night, we heard this weird twittering noise. And one of the noises the Almasty is going to make is a bird-like twitter. And a camera trap on top, and I thought, bloody hell, we got it. And nothing else happened. And it got to about 2 o'clock in the morning, it got quite cold, so we went into one of the rooms and we were warming ourselves around an old stone on the range. One of my friends, Dave Archer, fell asleep on a mattress, and myself and a guy called Adam Davis were there, who warmed themselves. The door, that's his room, that's one of those doors there, and it was slightly ajar, and starlight, and we heard this big guttural vocalisation outside. I said, did you hear that? He said, yes. And something walked past this, whatever it was on two legs, locked off the moonlight and starlight to a height of 7 foot plus. And I said to Andy, it's happened around. He said, grab a bit, went rushing out, found nothing except darkness and silence. And we had a look around and couldn't find anything. In the morning, we checked the cameras, all that we found was vegetation. So the outlet scheme, we think maybe is a robust descent for either Homo habilis or Homo erectus. The Yeti, one of the most famous of all cryptids. The Yeti isn't white. I forget you ever heard that. It comes from this translation of the Sino-Tibetan Yidro-Kanne, meaning abominable man of the snows. Well, it actually means abominable man of the rocks, which is translated as abominable man of the snows. That's where we get the false idea of the white Yeti. They don't live in the snow like this, there's nothing to eat there. They live in the forests below the snow line. They're reported throughout the Himalayas, Tibet, and parts of India, and there are different names for it in different parts of its range. In India, in the Garo Hills, it's known as the Monday Room or the Forest Man. And we spoke to many witnesses there on our expedition, and they all described an animal looking like an immense, long-haired, upright gorilla with long black hair. One tribal chief we spoke to in the hill tribe said he saw it when he was out collecting plants for herbs and medicine, and it was sort of shaking the trees, roaring and making a threat like a gorilla. Another man said saw one make a huge nest, similar to what gorillas do in Africa. He watched it make its nest, about 3 meters tall, 10 feet tall, and he had not believed it before. And other people from the village came and saw this creature in its nest, and they looked down from a hill. Another guy saw a female in a stand of bamboo, suckling a baby while eating the bamboo. It was from the back he saw it, and even sat down, the Yeti was about 5 feet tall, so it would be 10 feet tall to stand erect. We found some tracks that weren't really good enough to make plaster casts of, but it followed a jungle stream, whatever it was tipping over big boulders that no man could shift, and eating freshwater crabs. That's the footprint is about 12 inches long, so probably a sub-adult. Adults can have feet over 18 inches long. We followed this through the jungle for quite a while. That's not Brecon Gorge, which we never got to go down there, but no, there's a bird from none of those down there. You can find birds relevant to it. No, it's virtually explored. Siege caves. We went to these caves called Siege caves. The local mayor of the village said he'd been there fishing to get fish and freshwater station. They found tracks the man made in the sand, heard it roaring, and he ran away. So he went into there. Loads of free bats were nesting in the next one. That's one of our guys. Okay, they go on for miles and miles. And the next one. That's myself, Adam Davis, in the middle, and just Adam with a fag on. Next one, please. This is one of the witnesses. He said he saw the creature shaking the branches and roaring. And another guy said he was actually shaking the branches. Next one, please. What is it? What is it? Well, this animal here, this think it's having a puncture with a lower erectus. The black one is the largest primate ever lived. It's known for the teeth and a couple of jaw bones. There's no proposed cranial material for it, but it's postulated that it stood on its hind legs. It's fed mainly on bamboo and fibrous material. It lived till about 100,000 years in China, Vietnam, and other places in Asia. That's how big its skull is. It's a big description of the skull, if you realise what it's doing. So one theory is that the Yeti is a surviving strain of Gigantopithecus. Gigantopithecus mainly ate this fibrous material to the plants, like bamboo and roots and things like fruit. Whereas the Yeti seems to be an omnivore, it will eat both the fruit and meat. It will kill the ants while it's eating rocks, and the rocks are snitching the skull and make lots of meat. So it could be something else. It could be some huge hominid, more closely related to human beings and apes. Next one, please. These are the mountains of Tajikistan. Tajikistan is a type of wildlife G-U-L, and it's from Arabic, where we get the word Google from. The original Arabic legend, these are creatures that live in the desert and mountains and like see on dead bodies. But words have been co-opted for different types of wildlife. And when we were in Tajikistan, I spoke to many witnesses who had seen this strange creature. They all said that the thumb on the hands is much further back than on the That's why this is. He was a biology teacher. And he was driving one night with the little beehives. He was putting this huge thing into Tajikistan, everybody eats meat. And he was driving along and he saw what he thought was a bear running in front of his van. And he stopped, got out the van, get close to the bear, what he was doing. But there's only been one death for a bear in Tajikistan. Bears that one. But he said the bear seemed to vanish. So he went to get back to his van and he grabbed it. And he said when it grabbed him, it didn't grab with a thumb, it just grabbed with fingers. And he turned around to see this ugly creature covered with yellowish hair. It had a monkey-like face, and its fingernails long down to the breast. And he wrestled around, trying to break out of the breast. He got one arm for him, punched him in the face, and then went down, ran back into the car, slammed the door, and the creature vanished. He reckoned it was trying to mate. It wasn't attacking him through aggression, it wanted to mate. This guy here, he was on an expedition up the valley, cutting hay, cutting grass rather, for grounds, for livestock, and they were camping up there, and he woke up to hear the donkey that got tethered outside braying something wrong. And he saw it was light, he thought it was morning. But at his tent, it was still night, but it was light. So in the moonlight, he saw this creature, this ape-like creature, trying to throttle the donkey with the rope that was tethered. It was tethered. And when he saw him, he turned around. Once again, he said it had this weird shaped hand. That's what it did.
Richard.
Got to finish. Okay, well, that was the thing that they said he was long. The weird long hands, not as massive as that sort of man. It's another form of hominid. And we know from the fossil record, we're finding new fossil bones of hominids every year. And we're also finding genetic markers on populations of human beings that suggest that in the distant past their ancestors made hominids donating the bones. So it's more than likely that a number of these things exist. I have a load more to say on that, but we've got it knocked on the head. So if anyone's got any questions, they can come and see me afterwards.
Then we need to do it by the end. So we've got one, right? Okay. Stream yard. But I need to read the drop. I didn't want to read. Let's get my grab.
Only one, Chris. Yeah, Mum. Got it.
What's this?
Okay, log in. You go. Great.
Yeah, it's working really well, mate. So I'll tell you what I can do. instead of doing it that way, do it by that one, yeah. So if I upload that to my notes, nobody hey, you want this to work? Right, so that's the link, yeah. So there you go.
When they come on, okay, you're going to press add studio. Add yourself. They're going to create.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
So how do I accept that?
Just 2 minutes. Leave stage.
Remove me?
Yeah.
And then I need to
But don't put it on right now.
well, we can get them up there ready.
Yeah, so you just say
How do we then see
give us 2 minutes. Just do it. I'll announce.
Oh, okay, thanks for that.
Okay, everyone, we now have a talk from the USA done by Amy Boone and Mike Allen from the Olympic Project. So, as anyone who would like to listen to this talk, please come forward and I will speak after. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm just messaging them.
I don't think Amy can hear me though through the other side, so.
I can hear you, Mike.
Okay,
I can't hear them.
okay. Okay. All right. Craig, I've got the YouTube feed on the back, so we'll go ahead. So Amy, you want to go ahead and we'll take questions that way, and I'll enter.
Okay, you can be the go-between because all I can hear is you. Okay.
Yep. Go ahead, Amy, and
Oh, I'm just telling about myself.
yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm not very technological sometimes, but my name is Amy Boo, and I am a Bigfoot researcher from Ohio. I am a member of the Olympic Project out in Washington State. I'm a former BFRO researcher, and I head up a group called Project Zoo Book, of which Mike is a member, and Daniel is a frequent visitor these days. And I'm just really excited to be here. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I'm a teacher and a certified volunteer naturalist here in Ohio. I do a lot of research, particularly in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio, but I get out to the Pacific Northwest as often as possible to Oregon, Idaho, and especially Washington. I'm not sure if anybody has particular questions, or Daniel, or if you have anything particular you'd like me to talk about, just let Mike know and he'll tell me.
Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, it doesn't sound like we have too much coming back from that side. I'm Mike Hann. I coordinate tactical Bigfoot research. I'm in New York. I've got a little feedback going there, so I got 1 second. So I am going to have to mute myself on this end. So I'm in New York. I turn around and do my research in the northeast of the United States and down into Florida. I try to coordinate and network with other researchers around the globe on different projects, be it identifying hair samples and color and thinking outside the box technology. I do a lot with thermal cameras, and I appreciate being here with you folks today and supporting some of the research that you guys are doing over there. And we can all work together in our different ideas that we can share amongst ourselves. So if anyone has any questions for us, please speak out there. We can hear a little bit. I'll just need to turn the volume back on YouTube there. We've got about a 10-second delay. So, anybody have any questions for us? So,
Sure, I just
we just lost Amy with her cat taken over there. Technology is a wonderful thing with our animals. So, along one of some of the projects that I'm working on, different colors, using different types of paint samples with different witnesses to kind of help share. So if you have a big box store or hardware store in your area, if there's a witness that describes a particular color, if you can send them down to those local stores, they can look for those paint samples and be able to show you the color that they saw. Because what's brown to me and brown to somebody in the audience may be different, or shades of blue and green in what we see. Or if someone has some kind of visual impairment, they may see those colors in a different frame as well. Do we have any questions there from the audience?
Mike, can you hear me?
Correct. I can, if you can get a little closer to the microphone, we can pick them up through the questions through YouTube.
Okay, I'm going to sit underneath here. Can you hear me now? Is that a bit better? Too much of a delay.
It's a little shallow, but let me turn up my volume on my end a little bit more.
Okay, Mike, this is a question about how do you feel about the Bigfoot and paranormal link, and do you have any thoughts about that?
So the Bigfoot and the paranormal link for me, I'm one of those flesh and blood guys, but that's what I'm looking at. And Craig, you'll need to put Amy back in. She's backstage. However, when it comes to the paranormal link and flesh and blood, I do a podcast and I have a co-host that's a psychic medium, and she kind of handles the ghost side of things. But we've been out on a couple of different investigations where I've been with other investigators, even in Florida or here in New York, and we've gotten text messages from Christy telling us that, hey, you want to go check out over here, and she'll describe a house on the road and put us right on top of that kind of thing. The historical stuff we're looking, I generally am the debunk kind of guy. So when I say think outside the box, even little stuff, where we say things, disappear into the woods. I've got two pieces of wood here and, two different sizes if I put them together. But if I take and put that small piece in front, I can lose that big piece behind. So when we say that things are out there, and those are just separated by that amount, can definitely go on. So each of those things kind of makes a difference. Have I done ghost investigations and seen some orbs and stuff in the woods that we can't identify? Yeah, we see that stuff. We document it. We put it down. But guess what? There's squirrels out there. There are deer out there at the same time. So can we say Bigfoot's coming out of an orb? Well, can a squirrel come out of the orb? The same thing with the paranormal aspects of UFOs and Bigfoot. There's many cow sightings near UFOs as we've got Bigfoot sightings. So it's everything that we need to document, keep a good folder, and see where we might be able to dot the I's and cross the T's and put stuff together. So.
Questions from people, please. I'm trying to get Amy back on.
Is there any questions for Mike here?
Speaking to that, and then he'll be able to hear.
Hi, Mike.
Oh, and I picked this background specifically, so for you guys, for the honorary, but we actually found that on a.
Can you hear me, Mike?
Hold on.
I can, Daniel. We got about a 10-second delay.
Yep. Amazing. Do you think that Bigfoot and the 411 delay has something in common?
Bigfoot in the 411 aspect of things. I don't know, but again, there's somebody that went through and started to document. I had to combine back then. There's somebody that went through and documented cases, went to look for some research. The one location, if you watch, the 411 on the Hunters, there's one up near Lily Pond in the Adirondacks of New York. That's the first place I kind of located a double set of tracks. We can't say exactly what they were because we weren't there when they were made. But I'm part of a group, Nesra, and those guys have been stomping around through that area for the last 30 years and have casted and seen stuff and had their own, Class A sightings, Class B stuff with seeing physical beings, hearing stuff. It's very close to where the guy that got me started, Steve Culls, had his 2 sightings, and I've talked to a couple other folks. So can we say yes, no, but it at least gives us some points of somebody actually going to do this research. That's the big thing, is getting into the research. And we've got Amy back, so if you guys have got some questions for Amy, I will translate in between. Keep dinner.
Have anyone got any questions for Amy?
I apologize for my cat.
Did that answer the question? And do we have a question or two for Amy?
So, Amy, or Mike, if you could tell Amy, could Amy tell us about which area of Bigfoot she researches?
They would like to know, Amy, what area of Bigfoot you research.
Like what physical area? Well, if you're talking about the places I go, my favorite place, I have 2 favorite places. I love to go to Pennsylvania, which is also, the whole state of Pennsylvania is one of David Paulides' zones for Bigfoot 411, right? So I'm out there a lot. There have been so many reports out that way. So I like to go out into the Allegheny National Forest. And I also am interested in whether Bigfoot could be a flesh and blood creature. I say it all the time that I don't know for sure. I have a lot of friends who look at it differently. I think that a lot of things that are mysterious will eventually be explained. They just don't maybe have a traditional scientific explanation yet, but I'm open to hearing any types of stories. I just am interested in whether there could be some type of a primate or hominid out there in North America. So when I'm out in the Pacific Northwest, I'm out in the Olympic National Forest quite a bit. And the Olympic project that I am a part of, we are continuing to look at some ground nests that were found by a logging company and have a continuing study going on. They call them ridge apes because most sightings and evidence have been found up on the mountain ridges. It's a fascinating study that is going on. So, I've taken several of the scientists in Project Zoo Book out there, and some that are primate specialists and who work with gorillas, and they thought very highly of this study. And one of them that works with the gorillas especially said that these nests look very much, the setup of them look very much like what gorillas make over in Africa. So to have that here in the States and in Washington's forests is pretty fascinating. So we're trying to figure out through DNA studies, eDNA, like Daniel used for his recent study over there, footprints, handprints, audio, witness accounts. We're trying to figure out what's going on out there. And the last thing that I really love doing, well, one of the things I really love doing, there's a lot, is that I love to talk to the indigenous people here in the United States and in Canada. And I was able to go out to Montana last year and research with, or on Blackfoot tribal land and with some native indigenous ladies there. And it was one of the best things I've ever done. I love to hear their stories, and it's a big reason why I feel that Bigfoot is most likely real.
Okay, Amy, we've got a couple of questions there. So the first one is in there. What is Bigfoot? What do you think about Bigfoot in the UK? The second one's going to be, can you give any advice to people that want to get out to research on expeditions? And what got you interested in mythical creatures? And if I can, I'll let you go first, and then I'll follow up on those, because
Okay.
I've got some good points on that getting out and research stuff. So.
Well, how about I'll go to the last one and then we'll go forward. The last one, how I got interested is that I saw something very strange 11 years ago and almost 12 years ago in 2012 here in Ohio, which if Bigfoot exists, it's not where I would where I would have thought you would see one. And I really wasn't interested at all until I saw this large something alive by a body of water here. I was in a car though, and it was quite far away. So when people ask me if I've ever seen one, I say I'm not sure. I had that initial possible sighting, and then I also saw something walking down a power line cut in southern Ohio in 2018. So I haven't had a lot of experiences myself. I've heard some very strange things in Pennsylvania and out in Oregon and in Washington, but never have I had like a really good sighting. But that initial sighting of something very large, very wide, it was all dark, it was holding onto a tree, it moved. I started looking into this and really got fascinated by the fact that not only did I see something strange, but that so many people have. So I'm like, wow, I had no idea that people really thought Bigfoot could be real. And ever since then, I've been on a quest to try to figure that out for myself. And what was the middle question that you said?
What advice can you give to people that want to get out and research?
Okay, the advice that I would give is just to, first of all, to have fun. Drown out all the noise that comes with it, because everybody's going to give you their opinions, and everybody's going to give you criticism, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, of course. You know, you can look it over, you can take it into consideration, but there are no experts, in my opinion, in Bigfooting. So do your own thing. It could be somebody who went out looking for the first time ever, and they might find something, and somebody like myself who's been doing it for 12 years, or like Peter Byrne, who was doing it for most of his life and never saw one. You know, it doesn't matter if you're new at it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But so have fun, get out there. I advise that if you're going to go camping or you're going to go hiking looking for evidence, I would do it in the daytime as well as the nighttime. A lot of times on shows you see people going out at night, but most sightings are in the day. I would say follow the waterways. I would say, you know, just act like a normal person. You don't have to be on an official expedition. You can just be camping and be aware of your surroundings. And I also would advise people to be patient, because, you know, there are a lot of black bear in Pennsylvania, but if I went out there today to, you know, the middle of the woods, I wouldn't be likely to see one. So just because you go with the purpose of trying to find evidence doesn't mean that you'll get it. and you need to be patient and keep going back, and just have fun. As far as whether I think that Bigfoot could be in the UK, I have to say I'm really not sure. I'm not familiar enough with the topography there, with you know, is there a viable breed? Could it fit or sustain a viable breeding population if these are flesh and blood creatures? If they're not, that's a whole different ball game, right? Why not? Why couldn't there be something else? But Daniel has really intrigued me with this. I've never thought about it that much, honestly. And now I am thinking about it because of him. I happened to meet him just by seeing something in a Facebook group, and I reached out to him, and the rest is history, kind of. But I admire his gumption, we say over here, and the work that he puts into this. And so now I'm like, why not? Why not? Definitely looking into it more. So what about you, Mike?
So I guess I'll do the same pattern that you did. Let me turn the volume down here so I'm not talking myself twice here. So for me, best way, it takes about 15 minutes to actually go into my whole how I got involved. Daniel's got that on his podcast. He interviewed me there. But basically, there's a local news report from right down the street from me that kind of got me interested, and then started doing some digging. Ended up at a conference similar to what you guys are at. I met somebody I had seen on YouTube. He introduced me to Steve, and next thing I know, I'm here. I have not had a visual sighting. I've heard some stuff scream, but I've talked to a lot of witnesses that I believe. As it comes to expeditions and getting out there, find some good friends. The best part of doing this is who you can talk to, who you can meet, what you can learn. There's so many disciplines that are out there that you need to learn and do, from first aid to outdoor cooking to camping to trekking to casting. It's a great way to get friends and family involved in learning about nature again, getting off the couch, turning the video games off. So if you're going to get out there, be friends, listen to what everybody has to offer. Because the photographer in the room is going to show you how to do one thing, an electronics person is going to show you something else, a hunter is going to show you how to look at trees and how animals move. You know, you may end up with a chef that might smell or taste something and say, hey, that's kind of got this different organic feel to it. And like I said, when I started doing my color thing, I had an artist kind of show me different color patterns. So the best thing about it is getting out there. The other thing to do is to go get in a library once in a while, go look at the old microfiche, see where that old evidence is there. As to the UK, never really thought about it. But then we really think about our world and how much area we think it's developed and been developed for years, and it really hasn't. I mean, I just drove across New York State from one end of the state to the other and didn't always get to the total end. I had another about 3 hours to go, and it was already 6 hours, and how much different terrain and everything that I saw in my area. But looking at that classic stuff that's there, putting the research in, and guess what? You don't know what you might find on one of those expeditions you're doing this research. Having some of the DNA evidence, you could end up finding somebody's pet that they released. The folks that looked out at Bluff Creek, trail cameras up, that was going to be the research method. They found a marten species that they thought was extinct. So the data we collect may prove other stuff is there. You know, did somebody move an animal into an area and that's what you're getting your sightings about? We talked to friends down in Florida, and the circuses were down there. Was an escaped ape from down there, or was an escape, you know, for you guys over there with your big cats? Were they war prizes that people brought home? Or is it the hybridization that folks are using with domestic cats and some of the wild stuff to make new domestic cats to sell? So that's something we got to keep looking, and I will follow the research you folks are doing over there and see what we can get. So we had a couple other questions. I'm going to turn it back.
Can I ask you one more thing, Mike?
Yep.
You hit on it, and I would like to add to that. I think it's, as far as advice, I think it's really important to try to figure out what isn't Bigfoot. Like what Mike was going that way. You know, so I became a naturalist through Ohio State University and started taking survival classes and learning all about what else lives in the woods here, so that I would know more about tracks and sounds and hair and whatever I can, so that I don't get too excited, or I always say that I don't want to fool other people, and I don't want to fool myself into thinking that something is Sasquatch when it could be explained a different way. And then when you get rid of all that stuff, that's when it starts getting interesting. Okay, thank you.
And keep looking into archaeology and anthropology studies that are out there, because we keep finding new skeletons and new connections with things. There's a brand new study now, you know, saying that possibly that there was Neanderthal DNA here in North and South America, you know, so what's there? So if you're interested in it, if you're a young student, you know, pick your choice of academic pursuits that may help. Again, like Amy said, prove, disprove, we don't know, but the education that you're going to get along the road following this pursuit is awesome. The same thing with the paranormal thing, the technology and learning about energies and power and all that stuff is so important. We had a couple more questions that were sent in the chat. What average age do you think Bigfoot lived to? How many on average do they travel in? So it must be in groups. And do they have an alpha male or multiple males? And I'm going to turn that one over to Amy. You're the one talking to the primatologist more than I am.
Right. Well, first I would want to say is that I don't know for sure. There are different sightings, you know, reports that are out there. A lot of people will say that they only see one, but that maybe they will have some sounds coming from one direction and then coming from behind them as well. So a theory is that they do travel together. One of my favorite stories was about a hunter who was up in his tree stand and he saw some deer run past, and he said he saw a Bigfoot chasing the deer. And then they went through a field, and then there was a lot of noises and screaming and stuff that came from the other side of the woods, where it looked like the one Sasquatch had kind of herded the deer over into at least one other one, or maybe a group of them. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I was always fascinated by that story. A lot of times you'll hear about what people will call like a sentinel or a guard, that they think that there will be one male that kind of keeps a lookout for the troop of, if you want to call it that, of Bigfoot. So I'm not really sure, but there's different ideas. Most sightings, I would say, are just of one, but that doesn't mean that there's not more there. The nest site that we came upon, there are several nests. The first site that they found, there were over 20 nests, but they were all of different ages, so not sure how many would have been there at the same time, or if they used the same area over a period of many years. But definitely, if you're looking at other large apes, if that's what Bigfoot is, and I'm not sure, but if that is, they definitely stick together a lot. You'll have the silverback, and then you'll have a lot of females, and the young. So, you know, we're not sure, but there are different ideas, and there are definitely different eyewitness reports of more than one being together.
And I am still open to the whole concept. Again, it's getting out there and doing the research. We don't have any data. We don't have a body. We do have a friend working on a DNA study at North Carolina State University. So hopefully they come up with something, you know, to give us a little DNA on there. But right now, we don't have anything besides us keeping our notes and seeing what we get and kind of looking at those things. So
There's a really good app called the Bigfoot Mapping Project, and I don't know how apps work, whether you can get that over in the UK. I would think you could, but it's really cool. One of the guys who's been a frequent visitor on Project Zoo Book put that together. His name is Scott, and you can like see where a bunch of different sightings are. He took reports from a whole bunch of different people and their databases, private and public, and some of those sightings are multiple Bigfoot. So I would highly recommend that.
I'm going to second Amy on that, and I see a little note there from Craig that we're there on our time. So I appreciate you all listening to us, and thank you all so much. Daniel, great job putting this together, and the rest of the folks. I've been tuning in and out all morning. Got up in the middle of the night to listen.
Me too. Thank you so much. This was fun. I hope to meet all of you someday.
Have a great time, folks, and keep going.
That is